Tansi. Tansi, Brian Khan, Natisha Kashan, Niagara Falls, Newican, Nutanisko, Wakamakanakaliniwak, Equimati. Good morning, everyone. How are you? My name is Brian Khan. I live in Niagara Falls. My ancestors are from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. I'm starting off with the traditional opening of the Indigenous people on this land. The purpose of that is to bring your minds together in a common space. We don't know how your day started off. You may not have been able to find your umbrella. Your wipers may not have worked quite as you thought they would, as mine didn't this morning. So with that, I call to the Creator, the Great Spirit, Kisimanto. Some may call him God. We are grateful to him for all the gifts that he has given to us. And among those gifts, the greatest one of all is the gift of Mother Earth. Because without her, we cannot survive on this journey as we walk across the back of the great turtle. Through Mother Earth, we get the many plants and medicines that are used to feed us, nourish us, and heal our bodies. So we're grateful to each and every one of them. We're grateful for the tree nation that stands tall. It provides us with the materials to build our homes, the fires to cook our food, the fires to stay warm, and to sit around in the wintertime to tell stories to our grandchildren so that they can learn about their traditions, heritage, and culture. The fire also provides us an opportunity for ceremony, and we're grateful to them. We're grateful for the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers. They provide us with food, medicines, clothing, and our tools. Without them, we couldn't survive. And I am told that when a hunter goes out to harvest an animal, the hunter doesn't choose the animal actually chooses the hunter, because they know their place on this earth, and they know that they are a gift from the Creator, and because of that, we honor them by using every piece of them. We're grateful for the four winds that blow. They bring the change of season, sometimes some sunshine, sometimes some rain, but we're grateful for those changes. And right now, the plants, the animals, are all preparing for a sleep. They're going to spend some time resting. It's a reminder to us that throughout our day, throughout our life, we need to take time and we also need to rest. For those that are out there outside, they don't have a choice. We do, so just remember that. We're grateful for the water. The water refreshes us. It's also been the way that my ancestors have traveled. We use it today for recreation. Our bodies are made of water. And we start the first 9 months of our life living in water, and we're grateful for that great gift. But that gift comes together with the gift of Grandmother Moon, because it's through Grandmother Moon who, with the women of her community, choose when our next generations are born. And we're grateful to her for that great gift and that honor. Sometimes she shines bright in the night sky and provides us with light when it's supposed to be dark. Sometimes she's a little bit cheeky. She shows up early in the morning and shares the sky with Brother Sun. But Brother Sun is up there every day. Whether we can see him or not, he provides us with warmth, light, and energy, and we're grateful to him. And finally, I look to the night sky, and I see that the stars are there. And I'm told those stars are our ancestors, and those ancestors are there to guide us on our journey as we walk across the back of the great turtle. And so with that, I say, Miigwech, merci, marci, thank you.
Brian, thank you so very much for this beautiful opening, and Brian will also be with us at the end of the summer too. Let us acknowledge that the Niagara region is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Great Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. Niagara stands, we all stand, with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. Good morning, and welcome to the 2025 Niagara Economic Summit. This year's theme, Navigating Global Shifts, Niagara's Moment to Lead, captures both the uncertainty and the opportunity that define our times. Around the world, economies are reshaped by forces that reach into every community. Trade realignments, new technologies, shifting supply chains, demographic change, and the rapid evolution of work itself. Here in Niagara, these shifts are not distant headlines. They shape our businesses, our workforce, and our communities. Yet, they also present a chance for our region to lead, to innovate, to collaborate, and to position ourselves for success in a very changing world. The purpose of this summit is not only to understand these changes, but to define how we can turn them into opportunities. Today, we bring together leaders from business, government, education, and the nonprofit sector, along with trusted experts and community voices to shape practical strategies for our region and for our future. Before we begin, I would like to share a snapshot of what you, our community, told us going into this summit. When we asked what you most hope to gain from today, 80% of you said new insights and data on the regional economy, and we're committed to providing you that. 68% of you said networking opportunities, and we hope we have enough breaks in between that you have a chance to do so as well. And just under 60% said inspiration and future-focused ideas, and I couldn't imagine for anything better. The topics that you told us that matter most to you are workforce development and talent attraction, and naturally the Canada-US trade relations, all trade relations. When we asked about Niagara's biggest opportunities defined by you, you identified several themes, and you see them on the screens. Working together across sectors, expanding all-day, two-way GO transit, strengthening key sectors like tourism, manufacturing, agri-food, and healthcare, improving transportation's infrastructure such as airport and highways, and expanding housing supply and affordability. Those were some of the opportunities as you see in front of you. Of course, with every opportunity comes a little bit of a challenge too. So you also highlighted the issues that hold Niagara back. A lack of coordination, red tape, overlap across levels of government, housing shortages and transportation gaps, rising affordability pressures, development challenges and regulatory barriers, skills gaps and workforce shortages, and ongoing trade and tariff concerns. I think when we looked at them as a team at the GNCC, I think there weren't many surprises. But these insights that you gave us are invaluable. They reflect not only statistics, but the lived experiences of you, the businesses and the residents who drive our regional economy. And that is why today's conversations are so important. The ideas and priorities we are going to explore here do not stay in this room alone. They become the foundation of our advocacy, shaping the policies and actions to take us forward and to take it forward to decision makers at every level of government. In other words, the discussions, your ideas that you bring forward, your suggestions that you're making today become the solutions of tomorrow. I encourage you throughout the year, not only today, to stay engaged with us, to continue the conversations beyond the summit alone. You can see how these priorities evolve into concrete advocacy efforts. And on the screen that you have, and you can find it at gncc.ca on our website, all of our advocacy, all of our positions, in case you're interested in any of them, or would like us to revisit some of them and reshape them. They're available to you at any time. So I want to thank you on behalf of my team and on behalf of the business community for being here, for contributing your ideas and leadership, and for helping us chart Niagara's path forward. Together, we are not only navigating change, we can actually also lead through it. But we can't do it alone. So I am really pleased about recognizing the elected officials who have come to join us here today. But before doing so, I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the late chair, Jim Bradley. Year after year, he was a valued supporter of the summit, of the business community, always present, always engaged, and committed to Niagara's economic growth. His leadership and dedication, his public service commitment will be deeply missed. And it's always been nice because I actually remember the table he sat at last year, and he spent the whole day with us at the summit. So year after year, his commitment has been remarkable. And I know that many of you have personal stories about him, and I think this is good to remember him as well. And along that line, we are in good hands when we look at having been joined by elected officials from across Niagara's municipalities here today, all engaged in the same conversation, wanting to hear from the business community and while at the same time contributing to the solutions that we all look forward to. And on that note, we are so pleased to have partners by our side, because alone we can't do it. So it is my great honor to acknowledge Niagara Economic Development for their contributions and their partnership when we put this summit forward. And to Brock University, Scotiabank, Andrew Peller Limited, KPMG, Hooper Ports, Baker Tilly, Walker Industries, RBC Royal Bank, the Niagara Association of Realtors, CRE Authority, John C. Munro, Hamilton International Airport, Niagara College, MNP, Electra, Hatch, Hodgson Russ LLP, Crown Electric, University of Niagara Falls, Canada, TD Commercial Banking. I'm almost done. FedCap Canada, the National Bank Financial, Woodhead Wealth Management Group, Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc., Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, Innovate Niagara, YMCA of Niagara, Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, Soundbox Productions, Giant Shoe Creative Agency, Your TV, Newstalk 610 CKTB, and Dream 105.7. I'm going to ask you for a huge round of applause for all of them. I always say that the team at the DNCC is small, mighty, but small, a single-digit team, but we are surrounded always by about 100 individuals. Some of them are board members and our 5 advisory councils. So it's my great privilege to actually recognize that we're joined today by our chair, Steve Onton with Meridian Credit Union, by Jeremy Dunn, our vice chair with Hooper, Rick Neer, Baker Tilly, GNCC's treasurer, Bruce Peaver, KPMG's Director at Large, Colleen Smith with First Ontario Performing Arts Centre, Dr. Barry Wright with Brock University, Dr. Mark Nantel with Niagara College, Christian Wolf with YMCA, and Kristen Nelson, who's the chair of our Next Niagara Council, as well as Kara Kresik, who's the chair of our Wind Council, along with many other council members that advise us, guide us, and give us sound feedback in the way we and you feel like we can best move forward. So thank you, and a round of applause for all of you. This is a full room. There are many conversations that are going on, and we invite you, if you need moments for reflection, contemplation, meditation, or prayer, that you make use of our quiet room. The quiet room is located right outside these exit doors. Whenever you need some time to just recharge and take care of your own well-being. This calming environment is brought to you by the YMCA of Niagara, whose commitment to fostering inclusive and supportive environments is at the heart of all that they do. We are grateful to the YMCA for offering this room to all of our attendees. And on that note, it is so great to pass and introduce our MC and to pass the summit over to Rashmi Biswas, who is a leadership strategist, workplace learning expert, and skilled facilitator with a career spanning Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. With a master's degree in human resource management, a postgraduate certificate in adult education, facilitation, and training, Rashmi bridges theory and practice, sharing over 2 decades of cross-sector insights with clients in her role with Lake & Associates. Rashmi works with senior leaders across public and private sector organizations in nonprofit, complex, mission-driven environments, and has provided consulting services across Canada and South America, Asia, and the Middle East. Rashmi is a program facilitator at the University of Toronto and currently serves as the vice chair of the Board of Governors at Niagara College. We are in the best of hands, and so please join me in welcoming Rashmi.
Good morning. Lovely to see you all, and thank you for joining us, and thank you, Mishka, for that lovely introduction. I do have to say something about the Blue Jays, right, after last night. I've seen what, yes, thank you, Barry, absolutely. I've seen one shirt, table 18, congratulations. Yes, very good. And I suspect there are two types of people in this room. There are those who watch the game. Sure, yes? And then there are those who kept wandering into the living room and saying, "What's the score?" which apparently was quite annoying. Welcome. So lovely to have you here as we gather as a community to talk about Niagara's economic future. And we're not just discussing numbers, we're shaping how we lead, how we collaborate, and how we strengthen our region together. So before we start, we do have a few quick housekeeping items. We do have the QR codes on your table, so please do keep your phones handy. We're going to invite you to scan the QR code. You can take a look to see who else is at the event, see even which tables they're seated at. You can figure out what time the breaks are, which breakout session you'll be going to later on this morning, and it's just a great way to stay connected. We're also going to invite you to take your phones out because we're going to continue our conversation through Slido as we go through the day and invite you to have commentary and to vote, to share your opinion, and you can, of course, do all that with Slido as we go through. So by all means, please keep your phones out and we'll be available to tap into your questions and to your ideas and comments as we go through the morning and the afternoon. In fact, first of all, let's start with a Slido question. And this is really picking up from Mishka's original opening when she was talking about some of the feedback that you'd given prior to the session, talking about opportunities. So what sector will drive Niagara's growth over the next 5 years? Asking you whether it's manufacturing, tourism and hospitality, agriculture and agri-food, logistics and trade, green energy and environment, technology and innovation. So up on our screens, you can see joinslido.com. You can see the code there, 6554932. And by all means, please go ahead and share your comments, share your ideas with us. And we'll come back to those results in a moment. So I'll just give you a chance to grab the code, log on to Slido. Just while you're doing that, I should also mention, Mishka did say we will have breaks, and of course there is the quiet room for reflection. And during the breaks, of course, there's lots of opportunity to connect and talk and network with each other. And if you need to get up and grab a snack, you know, because it's White Oaks, those snacks are going all day, all the time. M&Ms, the candied nuts, you know them. So feel free to get up as you need to. Okay, I think we are getting somewhere with our Slido. Thank you so much for participating. And before we look at the results, first a message from the Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Doug Ford.
Hi everyone. I want to extend a warm greeting to all of you from the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce as you attend the Niagara Economic Summit. Ontario is proud to stand with the Niagara region and together building a stronger, more resilient province to support workers, create good jobs, and attract investment. Whether it's tourism, hospitality, manufacturing, or the world-class wine and craft beer industries, your hard work is the backbone of Ontario's economy. I want to wish you a wonderful summit, all the very best, and God bless.
Thank you to Premier Ford for those remarks and for recognizing the strength of Niagara's economy. Let's take a look at your responses on the Slido. So our sectors that will drive Niagara's growth over the next 5 years: tourism and hospitality leading the way, followed by manufacturing, strong support for technology and innovation, and then we're looking at agriculture and agri-food, logistics and trade, and then green energy and environment. So it's always great to see our collective perspectives and, of course, our reflections around opportunity and optimism that we all share for the region. And now please join me in welcoming Regional Councillor Michelle Seaborn, Planning and Economic Development Committee Chair.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Seaborn. I'm a Regional Council representing the town of Grimsby, as well as the Chair of the region's Planning and Economic Development Committee. On behalf of both the Regional Council and our Niagara Region Economic Development team, I would like to thank the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce for bringing us together with so many leaders who share a single purpose: strengthening Niagara's economics and shaping its future. This summit takes place during a period of significant change. Economies are evolving, technologies are transforming how we live and work, and global conditions continue to shift. These changes bring challenges, but also incredible opportunities for regions that act decisively and think ahead. This year's theme, Navigating Global Shifts, Niagara's Moment to Lead, captures that reality. Leadership today requires foresight, collaboration, and confidence in our shared direction, and Niagara is well positioned to move forward. Our location, connecting Canada to the United States, places us at the center of the North American trade. As supply chains are redefined and industrial strategies evolve, Niagara plays a vital role in supporting the flow of goods, investment, and innovation across the border. It is here that cross-border cooperation is built, tested, and strengthened every day through the work of local businesses, our infrastructure, and the people who keep the region moving. Each year, more than $62 billion in imports and $56 billion in exports, representing 11% of the total value of goods traded between Canada and the U.S., move through Niagara's trade infrastructure, showing the confidence that businesses have on both sides of the border that place this region, that takes this region. The confidence reflects the connections, collaboration, and shared progress that drive our economy forward. Strength also comes from what we build. The infrastructure decisions that we make, from roads, bridges, ports, to digital networks, clean technology, will determine how competitive Niagara remains in the decades to follow. Over the past year, Niagara has seen major investments in critical economic infrastructure, including port facilities, roads and highways, bridges, broadband networks, rail, power generation and distribution, water and wastewater, healthcare, and education, helping to create a more connected and sustainable regional economy. Equally important is our investment in people. The nature of work is changing quickly, and Niagara is keeping pace. We are working closely with our colleges, universities, and training providers to align programs with the core and emerging sectors as outlined in our 10-year economic development strategy. This includes manufacturing, agriculture and tourism as core sectors, and electric mobility, marine, life sciences, active economy, film, technology, and defense as emerging sectors to focus. Our goal is to help people see Niagara as a place where they can build a meaningful career, grow businesses, and shape their futures. In the past year, Niagara has reached a record labor force of 260,000 people across a diverse range of occupations and industries, reflecting the strength and momentum of our local economy. Niagara's story has always been one of strength, adaptability, and innovation. Those qualities continue to define who we are and how we can continue to invest, inspire, and grow this unique region. Global shifts will continue, but here in Niagara, we are focused on what matters most: building an economy that supports people, strengthens our communities, and gives businesses the confidence to invest in what comes next. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions and ideas that will come of today's summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Seaborn. 11%, fascinating, impressive stats, and connecting the economy to the lives of the Niagara residents as we grow the economy together. Thank you for your dedication to advancing Niagara's growth and for being a steadfast partner to our business community. Now please welcome Scott Johnstone, Vice President, Administration and Services at Brock University, to offer a welcome and to share a transformative new program developed through strategic partnership.
morning, everyone. This is the closest Blue Jays color suit I have, so happy for that. But anyway, it's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the Brock University team. I'd like to thank the GNCC team for hosting today's summit and to all of you for attending. We're proud to support this event and contribute to the shaping Niagara's future. The theme, Navigating Global Shifts, speaks directly to the challenges and opportunities ahead of our region. It's a call to action. We're proud to support this event and contribute to shaping Niagara's future. And at Brock, we're answering this call by driving innovation and sustainability through partnership. Now, one thing you'll know right off the bat, anybody who's been involved with Brock before and me talking, is I never follow notes. Love talking about projects, love talking about innovation and the exciting things we're doing, exciting things that are going on in industry. But today I have 4 minutes, so I am going to read my notes as per my team. So one of the ways we're doing this is through an innovative project called SPARK. And SPARK, as you see, stands for Sustainability, Performance, Adaptation, Renewal, and Knowledge. It's transforming the way we think about energy, infrastructure, and environmental responsibility on campus. It represents an over $100 million investment in revitalization of Brock's core infrastructure. And just looking for my clicker. To give you some context, Brock's campus, as you know, located within a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve on the edge of Niagara Escarpment with over 400 acres and approximately $1.7 billion in infrastructure. As we just completed our 60th anniversary, we're facing some very real challenges, some significant financial constraints. And like many universities, colleges, hospitals, and other large facilities, Brock is grappling with outdated infrastructure with limited capital to address it. So our solution with this challenge, we began this journey, we identified 3 pressing issues, distinct issues: aging infrastructure with escalating deferred maintenance backlog, rising operational costs, and our ambitious carbon reduction target, which is 75% carbon reduction by 2030. Instead of treating these as separate challenges, we looked at them as one integrated solution and problem to solve. Rather than relying on traditional funding models, of course we don't have any capital, so funding models like energy performance contracts, Brock partnered with Enbridge Sustain and the Canadian Infrastructure Bank to deliver an innovative, low-carbon energy transformation with no upfront capital investment for the university. Through this partnership, we're leveraging the CIB's Low Carbon Economy Fund and Enbridge's technical expertise to modernize our facilities. We're reducing emissions and extending the life of critical infrastructure, all while generating long-term operational savings. It's a creative and financially sustainable model, one that turns a challenge into an opportunity. The results: by 2028, we will reduce our carbon emissions by 83%. That's a significant number. This exceeds, of course, our 2030 target we already set, and will cut our energy intensity by 60%. That puts us right now as actually the leader in the country. There's another university with a little bit more money that may beat us out in the next few months, but that's where we stand today. This work touches every part of our campus, from our sports complex to our tower. Upgrades include air handling units, modernized labs, new fume hoods, efficient lighting, and of course, AI-driven building controls that optimize energy use in real time. The result is a campus that's smarter, greener, and financially stronger. But SPARK is more than an infrastructure project. It's a blueprint for how public institutions and private sector innovators can drive meaningful environmental progress right here in Niagara. Together with Enbridge Sustain and the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, Brock is proving that when you combine innovation, partnership, and purpose, you can build a future that's good for business, good for the environment, and good for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you to Brock University for your continued partnership and for shaping the next generation of Niagara's leaders. Collaboration between education and business is vital to our future, and with that in mind, let's hear from another key institution driving talent and innovation. Please welcome Sean Kennedy, President of Niagara College.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here representing Niagara College, an institution that I've been involved with for 20 years, which means I've been coming to a lot of these over the years. And I'm very proud to lead as president. You know, I thought I would just carry on with the theme of the Blue Jays, because how can I not this morning? I mean, if you're like me, I've never watched so much baseball in a month, ever. But I think many of us do so because they are a captivating team. And that's the theme I just want to talk a little bit about this morning. Because when I think about the success of Niagara, it is, and I think about how far we've come, kind of like the Blue Jays, over the last 20 years, it's because of teamwork. It's because of the work of Niagara Economic Development, of our municipalities coming together, our industry coming together to, we're not the biggest region in the country, but to hit above our weight, to work with Brock, Niagara College over so many years, so that we are responding to your needs. And for us at Niagara College, that is our core mission, to ensure that we're producing for you the Monday morning ready graduates that you all employ in every sector. If you look at that Slido, that reflects our programming mix: hospitality and tourism, advanced manufacturing, horticulture and environmental sciences, business, the whole list. Because we have 120 programs, and each of them have a program advisory committee that many of you sit on. And it helps us be responsive to changing needs in your respective industries. Of course, health and healthcare is also one of our core programs. And we're proud to be expanding with a $75 million investment and adding 800 new seats, our healthcare training facilities. And we're doing so because we are building a new hospital in Niagara, as you know. We have a growing population, but it's also, because we are such a great place to live, a growing aging population because we attract a lot of retirees. And we know in healthcare, there's a looming shortage because of retirees out of that sector. So we hear every day from long-term care homes, from the Niagara Health System, from Niagara EMS, and pretty much every sector in allied health requests for more graduates. And like we try and do for every sector in Niagara, we're expanding the healthcare facilities because we're trying to bridge the gap between strong student demand and strong employer demand. What we need are the lab facilities and the advanced facilities to provide those skilled graduates. And I will ask that each of you consider supporting our Together campaign. If I could ask Gord Arbo, he's our Vice President of Development, please just stand up. Please talk to Gord about opportunities to support our campaign. And like the Blue Jays, we cannot succeed without a strong team. I'd also like to ask Dr. Mark Nantel and Vice President Academic Fiona Allen. I'd like them to stand up as well because they are part of the All-Star team, the All-Star executive team at Niagara College. Talk to Fiona about our programs and your needs, and talk to Mark about the fact that we're here in every way to support your research and development needs because we're here as a partner with Niagara Industry. And through Mark's efforts, we're very proud to be ranked #1 in Canada in applied research. So to circle back to the Blue Jays theme, you know, I was listening to John Schneider late last night, and he was asked about Trey Yesavage. Now, what a performance. But one of the questions was, you know, did you know? How did you know that he was ready? And what he talked about, and this is where I think there's a strong parallel to what we do at Niagara College, he talked about how, he said, we trust everyone in the organization, all of the coaches, all of the scouts, all of our minor league support teams, to ensure that we have the team to put on the field that will compete at a world level. So he said, we have an integrated organization. We trust all of that system to ensure we have the talent. And I think of Niagara College, and we're so proud of this, when I talk about producing Monday morning ready graduates, as your AAA and AA and single A systems, that we prepare for you the workforce that you need so that Team Niagara can continue to compete on a world-class level. I wish you a terrific day of innovative discussions and talking about how we can continue to partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sean. We really are very fortunate to have such strong educational institutions feeding our employment, feeding our team, as it were, as we look towards our economic prosperity. In the spirit of teamwork, it's time for another Slido. So I invite you to pull out your phones and take a look at the screen, if you would, please. Which factor would most improve Niagara's workforce readiness? More housing options for workers, better alignment of education and industry, immigration and talent attraction, investment in apprenticeships and training, and more employer collaboration. So please do join us in a spirit of teamwork as we share our ideas and thoughts on what will most improve Niagara's workforce readiness, which is, of course, critical to our economic success. So while you share your thoughts, please join me in welcoming Brendan Buckler, Vice President, Niagara Commercial Financial Services for RBC.
Well, there is a theme today with Blue Jays, and as everyone was coming up, I'm crossing out notes, what has been said, what hasn't. But I'm going to jump on it, and I think Rashmi was saying there's two types of fans, and you're wondering who's sitting next to you in the audience. So, quick poll, just by a show of hands, who actually stayed up to the 18th inning on Monday? And keep the hands raised. Of those people who have the hands raised, who showed up to work on time the next day? Congratulations. We have some super fans. Look, good morning, and thank you, Rashmi, for the warm introduction. As Rashmi mentioned, I'm Brendan Buckler. I'm the Vice President of Commercial Banking for the Niagara region for RBC. Our teams proudly serve entrepreneurs, businesses, and communities across this great region. And many of my colleagues are joining me here today. We have Mike, Shane, and Patrick. And it's so great to see so many leaders and businesses in this room as well. And looking out into the crowd, I'm inspired by your collective knowledge, experience, and commitment to building strong economies. I think you would all agree that Niagara is truly an economic force in the southwestern region, and in fact, all of Ontario. And I think Ford said it well, we're a powerhouse. Sean said it well, we're hitting above our weight, and I couldn't agree more with those statements. What we all have in common is a collective desire to drive growth, innovation, and development of this great region. And one way we'll do that is by supporting local businesses and finding opportunities to come together and learn from each other. That's why the Economic Summit is such an important event. Today, we have the opportunity to hear from business leaders across various regions and sectors about important issues like trade, economic pressures, innovation, and rapidly changing workforces, issues that are top of mind for us as business leaders and community members. At RBC, we want to help you tackle these challenges head on, and that's why we're committed to working with our government, our business community, and our partners. Our success as a company is defined by the long-term well-being of the people we serve, the places in which we operate, and the planet that we leave behind for future generations. We'll be there for our clients and communities with advice, care, resources that go beyond traditional banking to to help our businesses and communities thrive and grow. And that's why we're incredibly proud to be a key sponsor of today's event. Events like these are always a highlight for us. We're here today to listen, to learn from each other, and discover new ways we can work together to ensure the continued prosperity for this region for both today and well into the future. So on behalf of RBC, thank you for joining us today and enjoy the rest of this great event. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan, and thank you to RBC for your ongoing commitment to Niagara's prosperity. Partnerships like these are the fuel of sustainable economic growth. Our next partner plays a pivotal role in connecting Niagara's economy to the world. Please welcome Ian Hamilton, President and CEO of Hooper Ports.
Well, good morning, everybody. I guess I've got to talk about the Blue Jays as well. You know, and this room is representative of it, and we love this event and love all the great work that the Chamber of Commerce does, and really have, for the last half a decade, have participated and really enjoyed it. But like the Blue Jays, it's very exciting because they're a fun team to watch because it's not built around one player or one superstar. It's built around a whole team that pulls together and all make their contribution. And certainly that's why we're so happy to be involved in Niagara, because it really feels like a strong community where everybody is pulling together and aligned in with a common goal of really improving our areas and our lives and our membership. So congratulations to everybody who's here and participating in all the good work that everybody does. Thank you. Us, Hooper Ports, I think Brian talked about water, and we're all about water, of course, and we're a port network that operates in Hamilton, Oshawa, Niagara region, and shortly we'll be creating some opportunities up in Sault Ste. Marie, and that's going to be very well connected with Niagara, because we hope to build Niagara as a gateway for the north, bringing cargo down by vessel from the Sault into Port Colborne, and then distributing it to the southern Ontario markets. So we have, right now under our management and ownership, we have about 1,400 acres. We carry about 11 million tons of cargo through our facilities every year, and that's worth somewhere around $4 to $5 billion. So it's a fairly, and that supports 40,000 jobs throughout the province. So it's a fairly significant economic driver for many of our businesses. As I mentioned, we've been in Niagara now for five years, and we, other than feeling very welcome in Niagara, but feeling the openness to developing businesses and industry is something that we don't see in all the communities that we exist in, but it truly does feel that, as I mentioned, Niagara is aligned, and everybody's working together with a common goal, and has all the right tools in terms of marine, in terms of rail, and certainly a good road network. We do have great proximity to the United States, and despite everything, we are going to continue to trade with them at fairly significant levels. But I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. Niagara, we dipped our toes in Thorold, and again, working on that sort of partnership model. We've worked with the BMI group, the city of Thorold, and the whole region for that matter, and it's been a great success story. And there's well over a dozen companies that treat that Thorold hub as their home, and it's exceeded all of our expectations, and I think really reinforced our decision that we wanted to become this port network and focus on various areas, but particularly in Niagara. So things that we'll do coming up, we spend, for us, investment in infrastructure is hugely important. We'll spend $30 to $40 million a year in infrastructure investments, which is great, but the real good story is that for every dollar we spend, industry spends somewhere between $5 and $6. So our 30 million gets translated into close to $200 million a year in investment in infrastructure, which continues to drive the economy, and it'll be a theme that we're hearing all the time from both the provincial and a federal level. Niagara, some of the exciting things coming up next year. We'll start work on a facility for Canada Clean Fuels, and that'll be a biodiesel distribution point in Port Colborne, which will hopefully work towards greening the emissions from the fleets that operate on the Great Lakes, and using biodiesel to fuel the vessels, and that reduces the greenhouse gas outputs by about 70%. So we're quite delighted to do that project. It'll be over $30 million, and we have support from the federal government working on it. Mishka talked about it, and it's kind of the theme, and it's sort of the elephant in the room. And certainly the trade war is having an impact, and we're probably even more impacted than most. Not only do we have a front seat in watching all of this, but sometimes I feel like we're the hood ornament, seeing everything coming through. And in particular the steel industry in Hamilton is hugely is a steel city. It's really impacting the jobs there and impacting the flows of cargo moving through, but more importantly the employment that cargo's creating. So what are we doing now? We're working very, very hard to diversify our economy and make the investments necessary to make Canada Canada's best customer. Today, about 72% of all of Canadian exports go to the United States, and we have a goal of moving that number to, let's say, 50%. And so as I said, we'll still have a significant trading relationship with the United States, but there's a huge amount that needs to be done to try to make that shift and look at international markets. Certainly, the Prime Minister's in Asia now, trying to create some of those new relationships. But we don't actually have the infrastructure today to support that shift. So right now, moving into the United States, it's a relatively easy thing to do. You put it on a truck, you run it across the border, and boom, you're done. But now we've got to, where port authorities become even increasingly important, is we've got to make the infrastructure so that we can create those gateways to international markets. And that's going to require a huge amount of investment. We certainly believe that Niagara is very, very well positioned to be part of that solution, and we're looking very much forward to doing it. But not only is it a problem with the infrastructure and the infrastructure we need to invest in, but we need to make regulatory changes as well, and to make sure that we're aligned with what the policy is. And unfortunately, regulation never keeps up with policy, and it's going to all the money in the world is not going to work unless we get the right regulatory framework. One of those areas, and even last year I talked about it here, is that there's no CBSA facilities at any of the port authorities on the Great Lakes. That means that we're not in a position to actually receive containers of goods into any of our port facilities on the Great Lakes. Great Lakes has a capacity. We could double the volume of cargo that actually moves through the system. That capacity exists today without further investment, but unless we get the regulatory environment to support that, it's not going to work. So I don't know, I sound a bit like a broken record because I bring this up all the time, but we really need to get the regulatory changes and get CBSA approval onto the Great Lakes port facilities, be it rail or be it marine, so that we can start to take advantage of that capacity and create the capacity we need to really achieve that diversification and get us down to at least a number that starts with a 5 and not a 7. I think that's really what our focus is on, and with all of these challenges comes opportunity, and our focus is really on how do we support Canada, how do we support Ontario, how do we support the Niagara region to make Canada its best customer, and also create more opportunities to diversify the Canadian trading patterns and enter into international markets. So I'll close off there, but thank you very much. And again, we're delighted to be part of it. We got Jeremy and Larissa here from the team, and please have a moment to give us your thoughts and your ideas. But again, thank you so much for entertaining us.
Thank you, Ian. The common goal, the connections, the global connection, and appreciate the current state and the future state in terms of some of the ideas that you're sharing with us for the future of Hope Ports. Let's take a look at the workforce readiness Slido results. So strong commitment here for investment in apprenticeships and training, better alignment of education and industry, so good to see those things so closely connected as they absolutely should be. More housing options for workers, of course, more employer collaboration, and then immigration and talent attraction. So thank you for that. It's really interesting to see your collective thoughts and your shared ideas and to see what some of the opportunities might be. Niagara's success has probably always been built on adaptability, and I think today's conversation is proof that we are ready for whatever is coming next. And so it's now time to dive into our economic updates. And I'm pleased to introduce Blake Landry, Manager of Economic Research and Analysis for Niagara Region Economic Development. Blake's expertise in business development and data-driven strategy gives us a clear view of the forces shaping our region. Blake, over to you.
Thank you. So before I jump into my presentation, providing an update on the macroeconomic characteristics of Niagara, I'd just like to provide some context. So obviously, the situation with the tariffs in the United States has created some uncertainty in the economy. In Q2 2025, Canada's GDP actually contracted by about 0.4%, which is the largest non-pandemic quarterly decline in 9 years. This decline was driven by lower exports, reduced business investment, and weaker imports. Employment growth stalled in the country from January to August. However, the economy added about 60,000 jobs in September. Despite a gain of about 60,000 jobs in September, the Bank of Canada still cut interest rates yesterday to 2.25% due to a weaker trade outlook and trade uncertainty. Inflation rose to about 2.4% in September, but that was still within the Bank of Canada's 1 to 3% target range. So that being said, that was the bad news, and then I'm going to get into some of the good news. So here's the update on the Niagara's economy. So in regards to population, Niagara has seen unprecedented population growth over the last number of years, outpacing both Ontario and Canada. So this is supported by immigration. However, most of the growth has been from people moving here from the GTA, and the dominant demographics are those 35 to 45 years old and 0 to 4 years old. So a young family is the dominant demographic coming to Niagara at this point, which is definitely positive, and it's reflected in a lot of the employment and labor force figures as well. In terms of inflation, so the CPI is the most common measurement of inflation. So as you can see, it's been quite volatile. As mentioned, inflation has ticked up a little bit in recent months. However, you can see here, Niagara and Ontario felt the impact of inflation a little bit more than nationally. But the general trajectory is downward, although we've had a bit of a hiccup in the last couple months. In terms of GDP, Niagara's GDP growth has been relatively strong and continues to be strong. You can see where the tariff kind of impact is in the graph there. So it talks about tariffs create uncertainty in the economy. Businesses then become a little more conscious in terms of how they spend money, what they're sourcing, and that directly impacts GDP. However, as you can see, GDP is forecasted to continue to grow as we resolve some of the tariff-related issues and consumer and business confidence returns. In terms of wages and salaries, so as I've mentioned in previous years, Niagara historically lagged behind Ontario. So this chart basically shows you a comparison of Niagara and Ontario. And this is still a challenge in Niagara in that our growth didn't match Ontario. We're slightly less and is not forecast to match Ontario. However, as I mentioned, some of the demographic shifts here, some of the new people moving in who will be active in the economy, in the labor force, that will have some positive impact on wages and salaries going forward, especially as some of these new industrial projects come online. They're typically good jobs that pay. So we're going to, I believe, see an improvement in this, but it's not going to be anytime in the immediate future. This will be a multi-year thing to monitor. In terms of household disposable income per capita, so Niagara's disposable income actually rose by 2% during the past year. Comparatively, Ontario rose by 3.1%. So we are still lagging in that income area. In terms of housing prices, so as you could see here, this is a comparison between the benchmark housing price in Niagara as well as that in Ontario. So Ontario is currently at around $791,000 compared to $609,000 in Niagara. So that being said, Niagara is relatively affordable. I know that a house at $609,000 doesn't seem that affordable, but when you compare it to the whole province, we actually perform quite well. And this has actually benefited us in some of our investment attraction efforts because affordability for employees is a major criteria, especially for a lot of the international companies that we dealt with. So we have really had to instill confidence in them in that their employees would be able to actually afford housing in Niagara. And as we compare to the country and the province, we actually compare quite well. So if they're going to invest in Canada, Niagara is a good place from an affordability perspective. Although I know that there are challenges around affordability, we are still fare better than some other jurisdictions. In terms of retail sales, you can see this has also been quite volatile. So this is another leading indicator. When something happens in the economy, it's directly reflected in retail sales because it has to do a lot with business and especially consumer confidence. So people don't spend if they're not confident in the economy in the future. So as you could see, we had some major growth kind of coming out of the pandemic. All that discretionary income came flooding into the economy. It was very good coming out of the pandemic. But as you can see with the announcements of tariffs and that sort of thing in early 2025, it really kind of threw some cold water on that confidence. However, the Conference Board of Canada is anticipating growth as that confidence comes back and as we kind of weather this trade environment that we're currently dealing with. So now I'd like to talk about investment. So all of these figures are adjusted for inflation, so this is real change in investment. So here you could see residential investment. So this is very concerning in that investment has been declining in residential for the last couple of years, which is concerning because we need more homes in order to lower the price of homes. However, a lot of this has to do with some macroeconomic trends, things like interest rates that are really affecting the ability for companies to build housing. So hopefully with this decrease in interest rates, hopefully that sparks some more kind of activity around residential investment in construction. But that being said, we've been really strong in commercial. So coming out of the pandemic, commercial was almost dead. Like there was very little investment happening just because people weren't, going to invest in retail locations and office locations when their employees are working from home or retail is shifted online. However, that has changed, and this was a real surprise to me when preparing this data in that we've seen major growth in commercial construction investment just recently over the past year. So that's a very positive sign. Industrial has been strong for the last few years and continues to be strong and will continue to be strong given some of the major projects here in Niagara, including companies like Siltec Corporation, Asahi Kasei, Young Bunzlauer. I could go on. There's about 35 major industrial investments over the last few years in Niagara worth about $2 billion. So this is basically quarterly activity, and it's going to continue to be strong going into the future, supporting those construction jobs and all those other jobs that go into supporting these major industrial investments. So, a lot of these companies, they're going forward, tariffs or not, a lot of them are on very long-term plans and little disruptions like tariffs and whatnot don't really factor into their plans. So we can expect a lot more construction in industrial going forward. And just to talk about our pipeline at Regional Economic Development, although it's gotten a little bit more quiet, it's still relatively strong and there's still major opportunities that we're working on. Not all of them focus on the US market, so there's been a little bit of a shift in that respect, but again, it's strong and it's going to result in sustainable jobs into the future. Now I'm going to mention institutional. So you could see a major increase within the last year. A lot of this has to deal with the South Niagara Hospital. That's really generating a lot of investment in institutional construction. And similar to the other types, it really helps in this period supporting things like construction jobs and all the other jobs that go into supporting these massive developments. So now I'm going to talk about trade. Obviously, this is a concern to everybody. You could see that Niagara's trade has grown quite substantially from, even before 2021. We were at about $4 billion in exports around 2019. By 2023, coming out of the pandemic, we were at about $8.2 billion. However, we're down to about $6.6 billion in 2024. So there was a decline even before the last presidential election and the talk around tariffs. There was already a decline of a couple $2 billion. So that was concerning. Another issue right now is data availability. So we do have a challenge understanding some of the dynamics around this, just because the data is not released in a really conducive manner. It really lags. So it won't be until next year until we actually understand what the true impacts of the tariffs are in terms of our exporters here in Niagara. So about 85% of the exports are from the manufacturing sector, and about 80% of that goes to the United States. So fortunately, the CUSMA or USMCA is really kind of saving our bacon at this point, because we have not seen a huge impact in terms of companies not being able to export as much. A lot of the stuff in Niagara, a lot of our exports have been diversified and are protected under USMCA. So that's been really supporting us at this point and stopping some of the bleed from our economy, especially when compared to jurisdictions like Oshawa and Windsor, whose unemployment rate is far, far higher than ours. It's very apparent in the labor data that I'll show you shortly. So business counts, we continue to grow businesses, both those with employees and those without employees. So often the business without employees are those early stage companies or they're self-employed people. So that continues to grow very strongly. And then businesses with employees also continues to grow. So another positive indicator on both ends. Now I'm going to talk about kind of the labor force and employment dynamics. So here you could see the labor force is the top line on the graph, and then employment is the bottom line, and then in between would be those people who are unemployed. But as you could see, we've been good at growing both the labor force and employment. This is also supported by our strong population growth. So if I put a trend line through this, it would show pretty strong growth. Right now, we sit at a labor force of about 260,000 people, which is the highest it's ever been, essentially, in Niagara, with employment around 241,000. So that being said, Niagara's unemployment rate currently is about 7.1%, compared to about 7.9% of Ontario. So we're actually doing very well compared to Ontario, and we're on par with Canada as a whole. So when it comes to labor force and employment, Niagara is actually weathering this disruption really well. We haven't seen a lot of layoffs. We haven't seen any real plant closures that are directly attributed to what's going on. Again, I just talked a little bit about unemployment rate, but this just shows you the dynamics over the last couple of years. So you could see our unemployment rate was much higher than Ontario. This is a direct result of the pandemic. Since we're a very tourism-oriented economy, a lot of those jobs were negatively impacted. A lot of people lost employment. However, coming out of the pandemic, we actually did very well at lowering the unemployment rate, much better than Ontario. And right now, we're doing still a lot stronger than Ontario in terms of keeping the unemployment rate down. So although we've seen job losses in sectors, especially like transportation and warehousing, some manufacturing, although that's rebounded a little bit in September, but mostly those kind of sectors directly related to supporting trade with the United States. That's almost the only areas where we've seen some job loss. The other sectors seem to be doing quite well and quite resilient. Now I'd like to talk about participation rate. So I mentioned a lot of the demographics coming to Niagara are the younger demographics. However, that hasn't yet changed the fact that Niagara does have an older demographic, still one of the oldest in the country. It's going to change over the next 10 years. However, at this point, we do have an older demographic. Many of these people do not participate in the labor force because they could be retired. So that affects our participation rate numbers. But as you can see here, we've been lower than Ontario consistently for many years. As you can see, in recent months, our participation rate has dropped. And I would say a lot of that could be attributable to the tariffs or people deciding to retire because of this kind of disruption. But again, it's still generally okay, and it's something that really kind of ebbs and flows with what's happening in the greater economy. So some of my key takeaways, my key messages for today is that Niagara shows resilience among global and trade-related pressures. So in the summertime before the data was released, I was very concerned about this fall and what the numbers would look like. But I was pleasantly surprised when preparing the numbers to see it wasn't as bad as I was anticipating. It was actually much better than what I anticipated. Again, the main challenges in the economy are that trade uncertainty and that business and consumer confidence. So that's the biggest challenge, which is essentially resulting in a softer GDP growth, softer wage growth, and then sector-specific job losses. Like I mentioned, transportation and warehousing has really been affected, and some of the other sectors. But the positives include very strong population, labor force, and employment growth, very strong non-residential investment in construction, like I showed you, so that's gonna help carry our economy over the next 2 to 3 years. And lastly, economic adaptation and diversification, which is why we're here today. So I've been doing this work for about 20 years. I worked through the Great Recession. I worked through the pandemic. This is nothing like those particular years in that I believe we're far more diversified this time around to be able to navigate some of these disruptions. And every time we've experienced a disruption, we've come out stronger. We came out stronger after the Great Recession. We went through a whole lot of pain, a lot of plant closures, but ultimately when we came out of that, businesses were more resilient, more adaptive, more flexible, more innovative. Coming out of the pandemic, again, we saw massive growth, as I showed you, because a lot of companies adapted, a lot of companies became more diversified and really did better shielding themselves from some of these disruptions. So coming out of this current situation with the tariffs, I do believe we're going to come out very stronger, that we'll adapt and that we'll be better off for it in the long term, because I do think we've done a good job diversifying for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Blake. Much appreciated. The data and the insight gives us direction, but it's leadership that gives us momentum. And our next speaker understands what it takes to build that momentum beyond borders. Please welcome Mark Cascagnette, founder of CRE Authority, to share how Niagara's small businesses can compete and win.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me today. I was trying to think of some really good sports analogies as my predecessors had come up with, and I did come up with one. I think like business, certainly baseball, good defense, like expenses, saves money and wins games. And when you have the game's best offense, like we do these days, revenue hides all errors. So that's a pretty impressive club that we're following. When I was putting this presentation together, my goal was simple, I wanted to be able to make an impact, leave you with some ideas and strategies, and maybe even fire you up a little bit along the way. I'm more of a motivator, I try to coach, I try to teach, and in my area, which is corporate real estate advisory, I like to work with C-suite and business leaders on some real estate strategies, corporate, primarily out of the United States and in Canada. We like to get some strategies out of this day today. So let's start with where we are. Niagara's advantage is absolutely incredible when you really think about our geography, our location, and our presence to, which I'm going to show you, two of the largest markets in the world. To the north, Southern Ontario, which we are part of, from Windsor to the GTA and Ottawa, we roughly have about 1.2 to 1.4 billion square feet of industrial space, servicing and involving more than 13 million people. It's the largest continuous industrial region in Canada. When you really think about that, we're quite fortunate. Across the border to the U.S. Northeast and Great Lakes states, it adds another 4.8 to 5.3 billion square feet of industrial space servicing 82 million people. So that when you look at the combination of the two, what really matters is that with an 8-hour drive of here, we can reach nearly 100 million people across and access over 6 billion square feet of real estate, industrial logistics infrastructure. That's not just geography, that's the leverage. Niagara is the bridge, the natural bridge for trade, logistics, professional services, and manufacturing growth within and between the two largest, biggest markets, certainly in North America. From more of a global shift or a global perspective, let's talk about what's happening globally. Supply chains, as we're seeing, are being rewritten. Companies are reshoring, nearshoring, and I like the term regionalizing, especially for our area. Niagara's binational access gives it a front row seat in the transformation. We have a chance to play a key role if we align our strategy, our operations, and our facilities. There's one technology that's changing everything. AI, artificial intelligence, is the great equalizer. It is the game changer that we will separate from the good to the great. AI lets us see the patterns and data we could never see before. It helps us forecast demand, cut waste, plan space, and make decisions faster and smarter. So we turn this advantage into action. It's come to three of the pillars that I wanted to leave you with today are clear takeaways and three actions that you can start thinking about today for your business and how you may want to apply these. Invest in intelligence, not AI intelligence so much, but your cost drivers, energy, transportation, labor, facilities. Use data and AI to guide every one of those major decisions. The more you measure, the better you lead. Partner for scale. No one wins alone. Another Blue Jay analogy with respect to working as a team. What I see is the collaboration of logistics providers, suppliers, service allies, right here and across the border. When Niagara businesses work together, we amplify our capacity and the reach. Think regional. As I tried to explain in the Southern Ontario market, we have a phenomenal opportunity to commerce and business. You are part of a regional powerhouse. Our advantage isn't made in Niagara, it's connected to North America. The mindset we need is to shift, work together, and win. So as you leave here today, I wanted to be mindful of my 4 to 5 minutes. Hopefully I'm there. You're just not a small business in a smaller region. You're a player in a cross-border powerhouse. You're connected to 100 million people, 6 billion square feet of industrial space across the Northeast, Great Lakes, and Ontario. And just as a matter of pride, Toronto, the GTA, and the Golden Horseshoe is the 4th largest industrial market in North America. Think about that. Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas just passed us. They've had some phenomenal growth the last 5 years. And then Southern Ontario, GTA. So we really don't hold a candle to many we can really lead. At the CRA Authority, my mission is working with groups like yours to compete, innovate, and win, assisting with facility and corporate real estate strategy. That is your advantage, particularly in a time of expensive costs, real estate, energy. We see the challenges that are affecting us. But beyond the border and right here in Ontario and Niagara lies the opportunity. I think you should seize it and take advantage of where we're at. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Such great and valuable insights into how Niagara's businesses can strengthen their competitive edge beyond our borders, and lots to think about and also encouraging us to take action. Thanks, Mark. Continuing the theme of leadership and growth, it's my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Timothy Prince, Canadian Managing Partner for Clients and Markets at KPMG Canada. Tim brings deep experience in strategy, innovation, and collaboration, all key elements in driving Canada's competitive advantage. Please join me in welcoming Tim Prince to deliver today's keynote address.
So, thank you. Another Brit, I can tell, but I want you to know I and my family are all proud Canadian citizens before we begin this. So, just a little bit of context to what brought me here today. So, about 9 months ago, I actually joined the Board of Trade, and I was sitting in my first meeting at the Board of Trade, and the chairman of the Board of Trade, we were talking about as a board and as a team, what do we do about Canada's productivity issues? So lots of data, lots of information. It's my first board meeting. I plan to say absolutely nothing because I'm terrified of sounding like a fool at this board meeting. And we're going through all the productivity data, and the chairman turns to me and he says, Tim, what are you doing about this? And I'm sitting there thinking, what in God's name do you mean me? I turned bright red, which to British people will know we blush very easily. And I sort of look around the table thinking maybe he's talking to someone else. And he says, what do you mean, what am I doing about it? He says, well, what's KPMG doing about this? And around the board is PwC, is Deloitte, is all of the big banks of Canada, is MasterCard, is these big investment houses like Brookfield. And I said, I actually didn't know what to say. I said, why are you singling me out? And he said, well, how many companies does KPMG serve in Canada? I said, weirdly that you asked that because I actually know, because I'm an absolute data nerd, which you will know by the end of this presentation. We serve 50,000 companies in Canada. And he said, what does that look like relative to, I don't know, PwC and Deloitte? How many do you guys serve? They said, well, we serve sort of 7,000, 8,000. It's not a criticism on different market strategy. We serve a lot more of the mid-market. And he said, well, I'll ask you again, Tim. You're working with 50,000 companies in Canada. What are you doing about this? And I said, I actually genuinely can't answer your question. I'm really embarrassed. I'm going to go away, and before I come back, 3 months, 6 months later, I'm going to try and answer that damn question. And so over the last 9 months, I've been trying to answer the question, what is it that I am supposed to do about this, Tim Prince, and what is KPMG supposed to do about it, and what are Canadians supposed to do about this? So what I'm going to try and show you today through data, and I can tell you're already going to be totally sick of data, having sat through a couple of these presentations, is I think that the situation's probably worse than most of the economists are presenting, but I actually think the fundamentals of Canada are 1,000 times better, and there's actually one thing that we can all do to help Canada in this challenging time. Okay, so I promised I'm a confessed nerd, so I'm going to go first here. So first question I try to ask myself is, I am a Canadian, but I must confess I don't really know what Canada's economy looks like relative to others. I know we've got lots of raw materials, I know we've got lots of land, I know we've had in history a very successful immigration policy, but I actually don't know what Canada looks like relative to other of the G7 countries. So what does Canada look like? So what you see here is the makeup of any economy. Any economy around the world looks like this. It's made up of private companies, private capital, so think private equity, Brookfield, real estate investors. It's made up of public corporations listed on the TSX. It's made up of financial services that lend to consumers and businesses, and it's made up of the consumers, and it's made up of government. And there's two things about Canada that look very, very different. First, if you actually run the numbers, 47 to 50% of the Canadian economy is underpinned by the government. And by that, it doesn't mean that it's directly underpinned, but ultimately it is somewhere, if you trace the money back, it's underpinned by the government. The US is around 20%. Just to give you a sense, we're not trying to be the US, but the government is a big underpinner of the Canadian economy. And the second is these private companies, and I had no idea about this, but that private company number of $1 trillion in revenue relative to the economy looks like no other G7 country anywhere. Not even Australia, who we often compare ourselves to. So this private company, you guys sitting around the room, you business owners, you are Canada. You are the Canadian economy. You are what makes Canada actually very, very, very unique. What does this mean? Why do I say I think the banks might be over-optimistic? Over that 9 months, I actually started to interview multiple economists. I spoke to economists at the Fed in the US. We're actually going through the process of hiring an economist now. So I end up speaking to a lot of economists at the Fed. I spoke to economists at the banks. I spoke to economists in the Bank of Canada, academic institutes. And so the one thing they all told me is, oh, these bank forecasts, don't believe these bank forecasts. So you see one of the bank forecasts, but they all look relatively similar. The recent history of Canada looks like it looks there. We've dipped into periods of recession. We've come back out of it. We've gone back into it. But the banks are predicting stable 1.5% growth and stable business investment. That is not what Canada's looked like historically, and that is not what I think our future entails over the coming years at all. There's no way. History is clearly showing us that it's not going to be stable, boring, slow growth in Canada. There's no way. Because one of the statistics that no one talks about is this. This is the uncertainty level, the economic uncertainty level. It's among economists, unbeknownst to me 9 months ago, it's a very common data that they use to look at how much certainty do Canadian businesses or businesses in a country have. Our uncertainty level is higher than during COVID. And what that means is that businesses don't invest. And businesses don't invest because they're worried about what the future growth and what's coming. They've got too much uncertainty. They're happy to make a bet. Even if the things are bad, they're happy to make a bet, but businesses need certainty. And that actually is one of the biggest drivers of an economy, is businesses investing in people, in capital, etc. So we have an uncertainty issue, and we have a business investment issue. Why are businesses so uncertain? Because when you actually unpick the exposure Canada has to the US tariffs, and people talk about how worrying it is, roughly 20%, 22% of the Canadian economy is fueled by exports. So it's a massive, massive, massive number, and that's what that uncertainty index is driven by. So if I turn to Niagara specifically, you guys look pretty similar to Canada. Okay, you're not like Calgary, there's not huge amounts of oil reserves here, but what do you guys look like? You've got a big export industry, $8.2 billion of exports in a total GDP of $26 billion. So big export community here in Niagara. Very diversified, somewhat underpinned by the financial services industry. You look like Canada. You look like most of Canada here. So you are exposed by those tariffs and feeling it. I promise I come on to good news at the end. Okay, so there's a couple of other data points that no one really talks about, people hint at, but there's certain things that can be done about them. And I will conclude at the end about what do we need to do as citizens of Canada. So the first is, everyone hears about this household debt. Why is it an issue? Why did the Bay go bankrupt? Why did Target leave us? Why... And no one talks about it, but I loved a bit of Bed Bath & Beyond. It's a dirty confession of mine, and they've gone. Why are these companies leaving? Is it just that, the Bay had its time and 150-year-old, 200-year-old companies just had its time? It's actually not that. It's that Canadian consumers are in debt, and it's mortgage debt. They have huge amounts of mortgage debt. They don't have a lot of disposable income. Yes, e-commerce is here. Yes, buying behaviors are changing. Canadians aren't rich. They're not rich like they used to be. They're asset rich and cash poor. And it's a problem because you saw in my diagram of Canada, it really is, if you can't have a weak circle in that diagram, and we've got a weak circle in Canadian consumers, and it's a problem. When you look at Canada's government debt, this is where I had to really nerd out. On a surface level, we look like, I don't know, we've got quite a lot of debt, 111% of GDP, that's quite high. You look to the left and right of the graph. I don't like those names of those countries that, you know, we're compared to a certain extent. I don't want to know we're as indebted as Cuba, as an example. But there's this nerdy term that I discovered. It's called net debt. Net debt means what's your total debt minus your total assets. And because of those pension funds that Canada set up all those years ago, actually, when you net off those assets, we have one of the lowest government debts in the world. We have the lowest net government debt of any of the G7. What does this tell you? Canadian households are in debt and struggling. The Canadian government has a great balance sheet. We have high taxes. It slows consumer spending. We need to move some of that debt over to the government side of the balance sheet, away from the consumers. I know that is, Canada's so prudent and sensible. It was one of the things that meant you didn't suffer during 2007. I was in London at that time, and London and the UK really suffered. And to say the government should take on more debt is probably not the most popular comment, but the government's got to take on more debt. We've got to move it away from these Canadian consumers. It was the one thing I heard from every single one of the economists saying, no one talks about it, it's really not popular, no one would go on media saying something like this, but the government's got to take on more debt. Not spend on more social programs, they've got to distribute that wealth amongst all Canadians so that they start spending again. I feel really guilty about this slide because I am an immigrant to Canada, and I feel very conflicted about this slide. And so I will say, and put my position out there, that Canada for decades was known as having the world's best immigration strategy. Absolutely fantastic strategy. And immigration doesn't have to be bad for an economy, but and Canada's been incredible to me and my family, so welcoming. I've actually never felt like an immigrant. And I grew up in Hong Kong, I've lived in China, I've lived in America, I've lived in the UK, I've lived in Scotland, and I call Scotland out as a separate country in the UK for reasons for anyone who's been to Scotland would know. And I will say I've never felt like an immigrant. It's such a welcoming country, and that strategy's been fantastic, but I think we overdid it as a country. I think we overdid it in our bringing population. And why did we overdo it? It's not that necessarily those numbers are bad. It's this number. This is the overall health of infrastructure ranked against other countries. And what you'll notice is most other countries are holding steady or investing in infrastructure, and our infrastructure is declining. That includes housing. So our housing's getting worse, our railroads are getting worse, our airports are getting worse, our roads are getting worse. Why does that matter? It matters because if you're going to massively increase population, you need to invest in infrastructure, and we've underinvested in infrastructure. And that's a big problem. And one of the reasons it's a big problem is when the US hits you with tariffs, instead of sending goods south to the world's biggest economy, you need to start sending goods horizontally. I'll get that, horizontally. But our infrastructure is aging. We need to invest in our infrastructure. Okay. So, a couple more comments, and then I will come to the big conclusion of what we can all do, and I've tried to keep it as simple as possible. So annually, we do a survey of CEOs in Canada, and we ask a whole series of questions and compare it to last year, etc. And normally we like to think it's very interesting, but for years it kind of looked the same. And suddenly it doesn't look the same anymore. So we ask CEOs about their confidence in their own company, and what you can see from 2022, there's been this steady decline in their overall company's health, although a recent uptick. Why is there a recent uptick? Because people are getting organized around tariffs. They're working out, I'm onshoring, I've reorganized supply chains, I've just accepted now that there is no certainty and I'm just getting on with it. But their confidence in the country is at an all-time low. Their confidence in their industry's gone up, and their confidence in the global economy is declining. When we ask them, so what is your most important and your biggest concern as a CEO, it's no surprise supply chain resilience was number one. And you can see that's literally come from last place in 2024. We were hit with tariffs in 2024, but they're getting more nervous about supply chain resilience. When you unpick why, they're worried about China and the tariffs that China has now imposed. That's going to impact the global economy. They're worried about the US. They're worried that the global economy is disintegrating. Okay, I promised some optimism. Again, in my quest to become an absolute nerd on this subject, there's an author called Ray Dalio. He did a book called Principles, but a lesser-known book he did, the second book was called Principles of Great Civilizations. And he analyzed, over time, all the great rises in civilizations and their decline, and what led to the rise and what led to the decline. And he looked back at the British Empire, he looked back at China has been the global dominant power 3 times. He looked at the Spanish Empire. He went back and now he looked at the US as an empire or a global dominant power. And if you actually look at the fundamental things that bring you up and hold you up there, is well-educated workforce, tick for Canada, a strong public healthcare system. I know it doesn't feel like that, but for someone who recently went back to the UK and had to go to see the doctor there, it's still looking pretty good here. I will give you a big bonus point here. Tick. Good rule of law, stable economy, free media, and all of those fundamental things Canada's got in droves. We actually have this incredible base. Access to raw materials, including fresh water. What an incredible base to build from. And so what is the one thing, if you've got this incredibly strong base to build on, that all of us can do? Investment. It's the number one thing. Government needs to invest in infrastructure. Government needs to help the indebted Canadians. But what do we as business owners and managers need to do? We got to invest. We got to take a bet on Canada. And I know you've seen those uncertainty numbers and you read the media. It's really, really, really hard to do because there is just uncertainty. I think that is going to be the new normal for now. And so what kind of things does Canada need to invest in when you look at an economic basis? It needs to invest in technology to improve productivity. It needs to invest in machinery. It needs to continue to hire and train a highly skilled workforce. And it needs to also build trade partnerships and between supplier and customer within Canada. So ultimately, we need to invest in Canada. And that was the ultimate conclusion I've come to. I next week get to go back to the board meeting and say what the hell KPMG is going to do about it, which I'm looking forward to, but I wanted to share this with all of you and my last 9 months of nerding out on Canada as an economy. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tim. I'm going to invite you to remain, if you would.
Thank you.
We appreciate the data and the hard truths and the optimism for the way forward. So thanks so much, Tim. We really appreciate it. And I'd like to invite Mishka Balsam to come up to the stage because, Tim, we'd like you to participate in a fireside chat with Mishka. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Some of you who had looked at the agenda ahead of time and knew that we had you as a keynote speaker here have actually provided us with some questions that you were eager to ask. But because I'm looking at the format, I'm looking at the room, if any one of you would like to ask Tim a specific question, please feel free to stand up and we will look for you and we'll make sure to ask this as well. So, but there's a couple of questions that you had submitted and I thought I'll go forward with that. Now I have to say this question at the Chamber we're being asked on a weekly basis, on a regular basis, and that is really looking at the rising protectionism, the supply chain reorientation, shifting alliances that we have. Do you see this as a temporary cycle of adjustment or a lasting structural reset in how global commerce operates? And that has been something that I think is really something that's on everyone's mind, and I think it drives our decision making at the same time.
Yeah. The short version is the latter. I wish I was going to say the world would go back to the way it was previously, but when you start to look at this data and you look back over 100 years, you look 200 years, 300 years, you can see a couple of things. So this rise and fall of protectionism, it's not the first time the world's gone through it. It has been through this over and over and over again. It happens actually outside of the normal person's lifetime. So it tends to happen with a really big fundamental economic recession. It usually happens after that economic recession. So what you saw, the Great Depression, you saw the First World War, The Great Depression was caused by tariffs and protectionism in the US and globally. And then if you go back even further, you see the US. This is not the first time the US has imposed tariffs on Canada. And actually, if you look back over time, you see what Canada's done over if you go back multiple hundreds of years, what you see is Canada then invests in its own infrastructure, its own business, its own people. It starts trading across provinces. It reduces regulation, and its GDP 10 years later surges. And then the US says, we've changed our mind, you should trade with us again. And then we say, well, it's really hard sending this stuff from left to right. Let's just send it south and get reliant on the US again. But actually, if you look back over history, Canada has always come out of these things stronger. I will say that why am I saying that I think that protectionism is here to stay for at least, it's not a couple of years, but at least a period of time, because you have the rise of China as a great superpower. You have the US who's declining, unfortunately, as a superpower based on Ray Dalio's analysis. And so what it means is you've got a massive change in geopolitics. And that massive change in geopolitics is actually driving, like the rise of popularism, protectionism, et cetera, the need to rehouse manufacturing in the US to protect the defense industry. That is driving, no one talks about, this is what's driving a lot of this stuff. And see, I don't see a return to normal and the way things used to be ever. A new normal will emerge, and Canada, I have no doubt, will be stronger in 5 to 10 years, but I don't think we're going back to the way things used to be.
I do wish you would have mentioned something else, but I fully agree, actually. I think that all of us are seeing these tendencies. We had some expert panel discussions in April of this year, and there was still the census was earlier on in this year where there was the mood. Maybe it was changing or not, but I think the more time goes on, I think the more clarity we have as well. Yeah. With that change in mind, and our Canada's focus, and Niagara's focus has always been north-south, the trade, the vertical trade that we had. What do you see as being our opportunity markets, like on an international basis?
Yeah. So it's funny, being head of clients and markets is a weird job title. So no one knows what the hell that thing is, unless you're in the Big Four. But essentially, you're probably most akin to the chief commercial officer. And so us chief commercial officers of KPMG get together twice a year. And the last one was in France. And the Europeans cornered me and said, you should join the European Union as Canada. I said, that's not my decision. And they said, we should really get closer to Europe and to Britain. Culturally, you're more aligned. We're stronger together. And so the obvious one is Europe. And I don't just say that because, they have demand, we have goods, etc. I say that because there is a lot of cultural similarity and closeness, same opinion on democracy, rule of law, etc. So Europe is a great trading market, and Britain's a great trading market for us on large. There's also a need in other large economies for raw materials outside of there, but Europe should be our first port of call. As they decouple from Russia, their need for raw materials and energy only increases. The issue is getting it over there is expensive, but yeah, getting closer to Europe, it would be really, really important for Canada.
For Canada. If we look at sector specific, Ontario has a strong manufacturing sector. Niagara also has manufacturing as well as tourism. But the automotive sector in many ways has defined us. And recent announcements have been seen, and we're wondering what impact it has on Niagara. And I was wondering if you're looking at the automotive sector specifically, that aspect of manufacturing, which is tied to so many of our industries and so many of our employers. Give us yours or KPMG's sense of that.
Sure. So if you try and unpick why, and this is what I learned from all these economists, historians, I even spoke to multiple geopolitical advisors, why the attack specifically on the automotive sector? It seems to be called out on a regular basis, and it's very, very integrated. And also, as I've learned, it also has been world-class at just-in-time manufacturing. And actually right now, that means they get hurt quickly. So instead of drawing down on reserves of stock, they actually, because of just-in-time manufacturing, are hit instantly with tariffs. It just flows through the system instantaneously for them. So it's been a really tough sector. And for any of you who work in that, credit to you, because the speed at which multiple suppliers, manufacturers have reacted to that has been, I've never seen anything, it's been world-class. So why, I guess I'm also going to ask, why is the US calling out the automotive sector? Like, why are they picking on the automotive sector, and what do we think the long-term play is? Because that kind of answers, where do we think this is going? So when you speak to geopolitical advisors, their comment to this is, if you study history, the Allies won the Second World War because of US manufacturing. If you underpick it all, and I'm a very proud Brit and say, no way, it's Winston Churchill the whole way, don't ever take credit for it, it was actually US manufacturing drove supplies, ammunition, technology through the Ally war efforts. And now what you see is in the US, what you call like advanced manufacturing, of which automotive is absolutely at the core of, is disappearing from America. And America said, well, if you've got China on the rise, you've got Taiwan we're supposed to back, we've got Russia on the rise. If we were called to war, what do we do about it? And we've lost our manufacturing base. A services industry is going to be useless in that moment. And so part of this is repatriating manufacturing into the US. And so it's a long-term geopolitical play. So what does this mean for Canada? People who are much brighter than me have to answer this question, but you're stuck between two situations. One, do you fight the US on this, or do you accept that actually Canada and the US are allies and you actually want to become more integrated with the US? I'm going to have to pass on that question. That is such a tough question. I'll probably get murdered by my board and CEO if I have an opinion on that one. But I wanted to share that because it does show you why is the automotive sector being called out. And therefore, if you're actually working in the automotive sector and own a business in the automotive sector, what are you supposed to do about something like this? I think, this is a tough one. This is a very tough one.
I agree too. I'm just going to look around to seeing. Then if I don't see anyone up, I'll continue with the questions that you had brought forward. Niagara, Southern Ontario, where do you see the greatest potential to benefit from this more localized model of trade? Which sectors? We talked about manufacturing. Tourism, agri-food is huge. Logistics are best positioned to thrive as supply chains are changing.
Yeah, for sure. So if you look at that previous slide that shows Canada and the fact that the private sector in Canada is enormous. It's much, much larger than any of the other country. What does that mean for Canada, and what can Canada do about it? Because that is southwestern Ontario. It is a perfect example of a thriving private sector. So the thing about being a private sector is it's nimble. It's really, really nimble. You know, if you are Hitachi as a manufacturing company who's being hit with this kind of stuff, you're publicly listed, you've got a big board of directors, you've got analysts, you've got thousands and thousands of employees, you can't turn on a dime. But private sector, that can be very innovative and nimble. And so I think the big advantage for Canada and for southwestern Ontario is the private sector. You leaders sitting around this room, you're innovators. Many of you created the companies, many of you took them to new heights as you inherited them from your predecessors and your family. And actually your ability to be nimble and innovate is 1,000 times faster than these big conglomerates. I'm in a big conglomerate. Driving change is an absolute nightmare. And so I think to answer your question, what's the competitive advantage? It's the ability to innovate and move quickly and respond quickly to all these changes.
That's excellent. We are a Chamber of Commerce. We advocate at all levels of government for the interests of people. If private sector, and I think I fully agree, this has been my roots and my background has been in the private sector, is nimble, it's flexible, it's responsive to the trades that are there, but we need the public sector by our side. We can't often do it alone. So if you would recommend one policy shift that would most help Canadian firms, Niagara firms, remain competitive, and I'm not talking about subsidies, I'm not talking about deepening protectionism or something, but what would it be?
Deregulation.
Deregulate. Yeah. We hear this all the time. It's the red tape. And
so much red tape. And when you actually compare some of it to other countries, because you never know, I have noticed Canadians are really hard markers. They really mark themselves really hard. But actually when you look at, so it's always important to do a sideways glance because there's so much strength here. But the over-regulation, and some of it pointless as well. When you look at it, it's pretty obvious that we are way more regulated than other countries, and it's very hard for companies to operate in that regulation, and it drives up a lot of cost. A lot of regulation is good. It's really important. It protects people's lives. It protects the financial health of the economy. But yeah, there's a bit of leaning out to do in Canada.
We have at the Chamber an advisory council, it's called Next Niagara, and those are emerging leaders under the age of 35 to 40, all eager to enter the housing market. And I wanted to touch on that for 1 second. They are facing an affordability crisis to move forward. And they are asking for things that likely at the municipal level can't be answered, because I think it needs to be answered at a regional or a federal level. What are some of the things we need to do to ensure that the emerging workforce and the emerging leaders have an opportunity at housing, or will housing overall look differently? We in Canada have always had the great privilege of, and have always looked at housing being something that we want to invest in, something that we don't see in Europe. The home ownership is not at the same rate as what we see in Canada, but give us your sense on just that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in preparation for this, I was actually doing research on this. So you look at Germany, I don't know if that's what you're referencing in European, most Germans rent, but Canadians really see, all the data shows Canadians see the home as an asset. Of course, last 20 years, look at what's happened to those asset prices. I would see it as an asset too. I'm not sure it's maybe going to be the same type of high-performing returning asset that it's been over the last 20 years. But to answer your question on what can we do about the housing crisis? It's funny, when you speak to Europeans and you say, Canada's got a housing crisis, they look at you like you've got two heads. And they're like, I thought you're the second largest country in the world, and you've got roughly high 30 million, 40 million people. You've got nothing but land. What are you talking about? And actually, when you look at it, and this will take much, much longer to solve, we've got a city crisis. We don't have enough cities. We've got 4 big cities. We've got feeder cities like Mississauga, etc. We need more cities. The US has way more cities. Other countries have more cities. You need more cities. To have more cities, you've got to have infrastructure that brings people into the large economic hubs. And so we need better infrastructure. So the long-term answer is more cities, more infrastructure. The short-term answer, when you speak to housing specialists, is it's really complicated. The disintegration of federal, provincial, municipal authorities causes huge complexity and issues. The financial setup and incentives of the industry have meant that people were really incentivized to build studio one-bedroom apartments. And that means that Canadian families don't have anywhere to live. Also, when you look at these high-rises sometimes, and I can't believe it, you think there's no way. Like, this is an oversupply. We've got an oversupply of studio and one-bedroom apartments. We've got a massive undersupply of family accommodations. So there's issues all over the place here, including regulation. So what do we do to get this thing started again, and how do we fix affordability? There's no quick fix to this. Of course, more supply, of course, regulation, financial incentives will help. People want to build homes, but we've got to help them. We've got to help these construction companies build homes and make it financially viable. Ultimately, we're kind of reaching capacity in places like Toronto. So we need, again, more feeder cities and really good trains and roads coming into the city, but there is no one quick fix. But all of those factors over time will make housing more affordable again.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Tim, if we ask you to come back to the Niagara Economic Summit in 5 years from now, it's 2030, and what is one structural change in North American trade that business should begin preparing for? What are those things that businesses who are here, who are, as you have said, they're flexible, they're responsive and everything else, but everyone is saying, how can I best prepare myself for what is coming forward?
Yep.
What are some of the things that businesses here and municipalities also and levels of government need to look for in preparation of what 5 years, 10 years from now looks like?
Mm-hmm. It's a big question.
You've got 5 minutes.
It might have a US election in that period as well.
That's true.
So I'm going to ignore the politics. So what do I really hope for in 5 years? So maybe I pick on something that we haven't spoken about. So in that private company data, What you also see is that the demographics of Canada mean that much of the population is moving towards retirement.
Yeah.
And so if we serve 50,000 clients a year, when we talk to these individuals, they're all thinking about selling. Do I hand my business over to the next generation, or do I sell my business? And immediately when they talk about selling their business, they talk about, well, I'm probably going to invest in the stock market in the US. And so if you think about what might happen if that happens en masse, is all of these companies that generate employment and invest in Canada get sold, big chunk of them get sold. These individuals set up family offices and they deploy capital into the US because it's going to be where your highest returns are, and capital flows out of Canada. What I would love to see in 5 to 10 years is that as that retirement cycle goes through its natural process, that these companies find homes with Canadians. I don't mean that from a protectionist point of view. I mean that even if they're sold to Canadians or given to the next generation of the family, I'd love to see these. That is, given that the private companies are the backbone of Canada and a massive advantage right now, I'd love to see those companies find homes in Canadian hands, so that maybe I come here in 5 to 10 years and there's a whole bunch of new faces in this room and they're all Canadians. Whether they immigrated here or were born here doesn't matter, but I'd love to see it stay in Canada and that capital and money stay in Canada.
I think we would too. We have a question over to the left here.
Question, comment, deals with access to capital. And kind of your slides, our banks seem to be cash flow lenders, partners, when the cash flow is good. Business, at least the groups we work with, are looking for automation and equipment, investing in automation and equipment facilities. So many of our clients are, I'm getting asked, is where do we get access to capital? So I appreciate your commentary on what are the Feds doing enough? The BDC and FCC seem to have their hands tied a bit with respect to lending. I was curious with respect to you seeing that, suggesting that the federal government has a good balance sheet and it's looking to offset some of that debt. Is that an opportunity for them to open up the coffers and loan money to Canadian businesses who are looking to invest, looking for access to capital?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic question. Thank you. It is true when you look at, if you sort of do the ownership structure and capital structure of Canada, obviously the privately owned businesses are a big part of it. Our stock market is very well run, but relatively small for the country. Our banks are great, but you're right, we need more capital and more loans. Like if we're going to invest, part of that can come from the balance sheets of companies, but we need the financial system to put capital behind it. My hope, I'm going to set out my dream vision. So part of this, if you increase the indebtedness of the government's balance sheet, part of it is the government has multiple ways in which they can put that money to work in the system. So they can do it through the banks, they can do it through the likes of BDC, they can do it, they've created the mechanisms in order to do it. I'd love to see private equity become more active here. Now, private equity is a double-edged sword, but it is very good at driving productivity, and Canada has a productivity issue right now, and so private capital is very active in driving productivity, so I'd love to see private capital become a lot more active here. Private capital tends to look to the US. I'd love to see it look to Canada. We have the pension funds, which I actually think the charters of the pension funds are world-class and have set the standard for Canada. I'd love to see those funds invest a bit more in Canada as well. So I don't think there's one answer. It's not like the bank or the government or anything else, but I actually think your question is very apt. We need the banks have to play a major part, of which I know they do, but the more they can back capital loans, the better. We've got to see the government play a part. We've got to see private capital and private equity play a part. The pension funds play a part. It's going to take us all in Canada to get there. But great question on capital. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a question on this side too.
Thank you. We keep talking about the lack of infrastructure in Canada. And one of the things I see as a problem, and wondering where we find the solution, is we don't have a cohesive plan between federal, provincial, and municipalities on how to deal with that infrastructure.
Yeah.
It's okay to bring in immigration, it's okay to grow, but you need a plan to deal with that. What are we going to do to get there?
These are good questions. If I come back in 5 years, I don't want any of these questions. They're really good questions. That is a great question. And we are going to have infrastructure experts sitting around the room. And I'm going to put right out there, straight up, I have supported and worked as an advisor to many of the infrastructure sector. But there are going to be people who are more qualified than me in this answer. But you're quite right to say that while structurally the federal, provincial, and municipal structure of governments, I think on paper, is smart, it has a lot of flaws. And one of the flaws, you're quite right, is you're bang on the money, is infrastructure. And so this is where it creates inefficiencies and too much regulation because each body is creating its own regulation. So what is it that we can do about this? And also, I will set out that the private sector has a big part to play, but you have to be very clever in ways in which you engage the private sector, because many of these infrastructure assets don't have natural competition as well. And so you have to be intelligent in the way that the private sector should be involved, and private capital is really important. You just have to be smart in the way you do it. So what can we do as a comprehensive plan? So first is capital. Got to spend money on infrastructure. We actually have to invest in infrastructure, spend money in infrastructure. And infrastructure pays back relatively quickly for economic efficiency as well. So it's actually a really, really smart move. So number one is we've got to spend money. And government and the private sector needs to be part of this. We've got to spend money on modernizing our infrastructure. Number two, we've got to address these regulations. You know, this is, I'm not pushing KPMG, hire anyone else, but this is a classic consultant's dream, right? You cut through all the red tape, you start taking a red pen to something, or get a government agency to do it, set up a special body. Somebody has to take a federal, provincial, municipal view right the way through the system and say, it made sense at an individual level, but at a macro level as a country, this is just not fitting together. And you can't, asking each department to do that. And we have I'm going to criticize KPMG in this. It's like saying we want 5 departments to work seamlessly together to achieve a strategic goal in a big global company. No chance. It makes sense. No chance. You can't. You have to set up a special team to cut the right way through it. But yeah, it's. I will say something positive, because being British by birth, we're always pessimistic, but something very positive here is I actually think a lot of the structure, I think a lot of the core components are there. You've got big pension funds who want to invest in infrastructure. You've got government who also, and the current government wants to invest in infrastructure. You've got the Canadian population who wants to see infrastructure investment. I think the challenge is when you've looked at the performance of our infrastructure projects relative to other countries, we're not good at infrastructure. So the other component to it is got to get a lot better at infrastructure. We've got to get a lot better at building in Canada. And that is government, that's the companies, that's the regulation, but we've got to get much better at infrastructure as well.
Excellent. I'm getting the signs that okay. I have 2 minutes. Is there
was a hand up over there.
Was there a hand up over there?
Or waving me to get off stage. Waving yes, Tim to get off stage. Get off.
What I usually do, I'll ask individuals saying any closing comments. You've been part of today's discussion. You can hear some of the questions that we have brought forward as a business community here in Niagara. You know our sectors, you know what drives us here. Any final comments?
Yeah. Underpinning that comment of investing in Canada is asking everyone to take a bet on Canada. That's really what we're doing. With so much economic uncertainty, you're taking a bet on Canada. But I got to say, now I've nerded out for 9 months, looked at all these other economies, looked at Canada, looked at the strength of our private sector, looked at the health of our country relative to others, rule of law, stability of government, free media. This is a great country. And so honestly, I actually think a bet in Canada is a really great and sensible bet. Now, there's huge amount of uncertainty, but I actually think not only is it the right thing to do for Canada, I think it's a really good long-term bet. So under the questions of everyone taking, we've got to have capital inflow here, we've got to have businesses investing in Canada, we've got to have people investing in Canada, we've got to have the government helping get consumers out of debt and investing in Canada, hoping that the long-term tax returns will come through that investment. That's my big ask. I'm really optimistic. Underpinning it all, we've got a big challenge, but I'm really optimistic if we invest in Canada, we'll come good. And you see it historically. Every time this has happened to Canada, every single time in history this has happened, 10 years later, the GDP is soaring in Canada again. So history tells us this is a good strategy. So, thank you.
Excellent. And I think that's the best way to end this conversation too. Timothy, so thank you so very much on behalf of everyone here in our team. It's been a pleasure.
I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Mishka. We appreciate the dialogue and the deep dive and also the practical ideas. And thank you for the great questions from the floor as well. Much appreciated. Just before we go to break, Tim had referenced the productivity gap. And he's optimistic, taking a bet on Canada. So we want to gauge your level of optimism, if we can. So one more Slido, please, and then we'll take a break. So how confident are you that Canadian businesses can close the productivity gap? So if you would like to have a think about that and enter your ideas into Slido over the break, we can look at the results when we come back. So let's take 15 minutes to recharge, grab some refreshments, and connect with one another. Thanks very much. See you in 15 minutes. It's great to hear that you're having such wonderful conversations and connections and taking advantage of the opportunity to meet with colleagues and share ideas as we go through today. And there'll be much more opportunity to do that as we continue with our program this morning and then again, of course, this afternoon. So welcome back, and thank you for the speakers from this morning, an energizing and inspiring start full of practical insights and great ideas for us to consider as we start to focus our efforts around continuing to strengthen the economic prosperity of Niagara. Before we start with our program just now, let's take a look at your Slido results. So this was a conversation and a question around your confidence level in closing the productivity gap for Canadian businesses. And Tim had referenced this in his keynote in terms of the productivity gap. So you can see on your screens that we have a somewhat optimistic group, but recognizing, I think, there's candor in terms of work to be done. But we have a sort of average score that we're getting right now in terms of our optimism. And I'm sure maybe some of that will improve for you as you continue to have conversations with others today and start to collaborate and share ideas as to how we might, between us, continue to strengthen that confidence and support the economic prosperity of the region. So thank you for taking part in Slido. To continue our conversation, please welcome Rebecca Young. Rebecca is Vice President of Inclusive and Resilient Economics at Scotiabank, and she will guide us through an economic update. Welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, if Tim thought his title was hard to explain to people, my title is very complicated. And I like to say I'm a structural economist. I'm supposed to look at what's happening over the next couple of years and figure out where we're heading. But these days, those forces are really coming at us very, very fast. And so, trying to interpret live how things are being fundamentally changed very quickly. And I would say also, a very inspiring, very informative morning. You've seen a lot of data, so I feel a bit daunted that I have 15 minutes trying to avoid repetition of what's being said in the morning, but also trying to unpack what's going on in the world, in the US, in Canada, and in the region in now 14 minutes. So I'm keeping myself on task here. And usually as economists, we're asked to bring out our crystal ball and say, where is the world heading? Where is the economy heading? And I'll be quite honest and humble, it's more like a magic 8-ball, shake it, and it's sort of ask me later, and so, we really, and with that degree, we have to be honest because you see a lot of kind of point forecasts. GDP is going to be this, inflation's going to be that. It's based on enormous assumptions. Let me just remind you, the US government is shut down right now. They're not producing data right now. So when we talk about, trade data being lagged, well, actually, we don't expect it for some time because the government, U.S. isn't producing it. So there's a lot of, moving pieces right now. But, when you step back, the global economy is slowing down. And so 2025 was supposed to be a victory lap. So rewind, end of 2024, we had mostly vanquished inflation. Interest rates were starting, if not already coming down in economies around the world, we were supposed to be seeing those rebounds. And then obviously, US president elections came out, Liberation Day, and folks like myself, were rapidly revising down our outlook for the global economy. So H1 was about, just how bad things can get based on what we saw, particularly in April. Now, the silver lining is that we've spent the last few months since September really kind of revising upward. Okay, so it's not quite as bad as we thought in April. It's still not, when you look at that trend growth around the world, it's still not strong. So slowing economy, not recessionary type of outlook in our baseline, and it is US driven. And just to state the obvious, it's a fluid environment. I don't know about you guys, but I wake up, early in the morning and I look at, okay, what happened last night that made, entirely change what I say today. And so it really is, just fast paced, and there are really no constraints. This is just showing executive orders that, Trump has issued since coming into office, and you can see there's no precedent for it. And I would point out really that there are very few constraints on what else could happen in that, in terms of having control of the Congress, in terms of, having like-minded people surrounding him, knowing how to maneuver this time around, and also the judiciary. So we know that Supreme Court is going to start hearing about the legality of tariffs next week, and that'll be ongoing till the end of the year. But really very few constraints in when we ask kind of that magic ball, like what is going to happen next. And there was a reference also just to uncertainty that this is creating, because the other constraint, if the only constraint perhaps right now in the whole world of what could happen is markets. So we saw in Trump's own words, markets got yippy in April and kind of went to the edge and, stepped back. But we're not seeing that anymore. We're seeing this sense of, yes, uncertainty was really, really high in April. It's come back down. It's still high on a kind of a historic basis, but overall, we've got this sense of, if not complacency, at least resignation to how things are. I would say, I'm still, jury's out whether this is complacency or, you've probably all heard of the taco trade, Trump always chickens out. Well, I think what we saw from April data, and that was actually that was kind of the sentiment early on, is that he came out with big tariffs in April and then he backed off. But if you look at this chart, which is just showing how he's then come back and slowly layered on. And I didn't say in the introduction, I'm the only Bay Street economist, I think, that actually doesn't live in Toronto. So we call it out on the East Coast the boiling lobster phenomenon. So is it actually that, we're just kind of become numb to these, these tariffs? Now, I would say, we're certainly not seeing in revenue data from the U.S. that not all these tariffs at this kind of, anywhere between 15 to 20% tariff range are hitting American importers right now. It's somewhere more around 10%, but that is still very high. And if you look at, the average or the median reciprocal tariff rate for countries around the world, it is around 15% right now. And again, back to that market being the only constraint, and I'm not going to show, I don't think I show you where markets are I do show you where markets are right now, but they are doing really well. So that is not providing this, this headwind. And in fact, we heard Trump earlier this week say I sometimes disrupt markets, and he thought that was a joke. And he said, but Vicente, he keeps them calm. And so I think there's, they've got a good gig going on that they are able to impose these tariffs so far. It's generating decent revenue for them, and it is not completely stalling their growth. And it's not yet showing up in inflation either. And so, but the textbook economics would say, okay, they've basically put a 10% tax on US importers that are, importing stuff from other countries. And not only that, they have, this US dollar depreciation that happened that, goes against kind of what we would expect textbook-wise. And you've got all that uncertainty we were talking about before. And so in theory, this eventually, we're starting to see it in what we call factory gate prices. So American businesses are, seeing, the cost of producing stuff is going up. They just haven't really yet passed on to consumers themselves. And the starting point for the American economy is that inflation is already uncomfortably high. So we wouldn't expect to see a pass through to consumer prices, for 6 quarters, a good year and a half. And so we're still early game when you think all this started in April. And I know that feels like ages ago, but we're really, unfortunately, not anywhere near where we would expect to see inflationary data just yet. Now, in terms, we heard a lot about uncertainty, and so we are seeing in the US as well, like business investment is just not happening, and I'll kind of an asterisk, I'll come back to that point, but broad level, at the macro level, investment is not happening in the US economy. And when businesses are asked in the US, what are you going to do, with this cost, this cost shock? And, there's some kind of wait and see. We're going to wait and see what tariffs stick, but eventually they would pass it on when it starts hurting margins. And likewise, part of that is they're also not hiring. And so the American economy, much like the Canadian economy, it's a bit of a bathtub. The water's kind of more or less stable. There are no jobs being produced, not that many yet being laid off. And so, it's really that job growth has slowed, but unemployment levels have been relatively stable. Now, again, another kind of comparison to Canada and US is they've also had very tight immigration tightening. And so they're bringing in fewer labor force into the market as well. But the big point is that, labor markets are slowing. Americans are worried about losing their jobs. And that, on balance, that net impact of not yet seeing inflationary pressures, but the other side of the US Fed's mandate is on the labor side, is that, they do expect, labor markets to hurt before they get better. And so, we saw a rate cut yesterday from US Fed that they are trying to get somewhere more to neutral because they see those two opposing forces. We might expect some inflation coming in the US, but we also see job weakening. And importantly, they also say, well, it's going to be transitory. It's going to be like a one-off price increase, and then year over year, it's going to be a wash. We'll put an asterisk there because we think that's a bit complacent. If you think about your businesses yourselves, if you're rejigging supply chains, that's multi-year, that's, inefficient, but unfortunately necessary. There is a risk that they get it wrong and that we see, inflationary pressures coming back. That was my asterisk of, it's really, really hard to put a narrative on what's going on. And so every morning you do have to wake up and you do have to look for data because we don't have this huge certainty as to, what's driving what or what's holding what up. And one, I mentioned the US dollar phenomenon when it dropped in April, and there were some questions like, is this the end of US exceptionalism? Is nobody going to want to own US assets? I think mostly what we saw was hedging, that for, a few decades now, nobody ever thought they had to hedge US assets or US dollar denominated assets. A bit of risk premium, but there really is no other alternative. And we've seen a reversal now that there's, a lot of capital flowing back into the US. And then there's this dual narrative of what's going on in AI. And we didn't talk a lot about that earlier in the morning, but, when you strip out AI related investment and data center investment from the US economy is much, much weaker. And when you strip out equity market performance, from the Mag 7 or the top 10 or however you want to cut it, is you're also seeing those channels really driving, really behind some of, where this is going. And I say that's good and bad. Good and risky maybe is the better way to put it, is that, it's certainly risky if anything happens in the near term. And I'm not going to speak to what could happen or why it could happen, but that is kind of what's propping up. But over the medium term, much like Canada, the global economy, the US economy needs greater productivity, and the US is the only one that has been productive, has been improving on that front, and they're the only one by and large that is investing in those productivity enhancing tools. So I think we have to be kind of cognizant when we think about, a bit of a balance, is that there's, both risk and opportunity when you look at what's going on with the US economy. And I spent more time on the US economy sorry, and I won't spend much more time other than to say, like, right now, the placeholder we put for the U.S. economy is stagflation. So inflationary pressure's up, growth, heading down and pretty weak and below what their potential would be. Now, for Canada, we roughly say half of what happens in the U.S. happens in Canada in economic terms. So a weakening U.S. economy means reduced demand for Canadian stuff. So, part of our outlook is like, we don't want the U.S. to shoot itself in the foot because it is going to hurt ourselves. But also, obviously, the bigger one is that trade, this tariff war that we are seeing. And we do have the best deal in terms of the tariff rates, but we're just so integrated that it still is, is having a material impact. And so we saw yesterday that the Bank of Canada indicated, that they expect the level of output of the Canadian economy over the next 2 years to be about, 1.5 percentage points lower than what it would have been as a business as usual. And they say about half of that is related to structural, half of it is related to, these tariffs that are on, parts of the Canadian economy, parts of the region. And so what we're seeing right now year to date is exports to the U.S. are down about 5% year over year across the board when we look at all stuff we export to the U.S. But it is very, very much concentrated. If you look at steel and aluminum, for example, it's down about 25% year to date. So it really is, just through those trade channels alone already having an impact. And of course, uncertainty, and we can't talk enough about what's going, just how uncertain that environment is, where you don't know what's going to be in your news feed the next morning. And we're seeing in labor markets that slowdown. Nobody's, not massive layoffs, but nobody's hiring. They're waiting and seeing, and a whole number of reasons behind that. And so when we look at, and it's not just the external environment. We have a population slowdown, and we know that there were capacity constraints in terms of the numbers got out of control, as Tim mentioned. We didn't have the capacity to absorb, but now it is going to have an impact for parts of the country and regions that were growing very rapidly by adding more people to the labor. We certainly see that as a headwind, and as we wait for next week's budget, we will get more numbers. But right now, the Bank of Canada has penciled in just 0.5 percentage point population growth over the horizon, and that is really low. We have never had population growth that low ever, and so I think that's another that's going to be another adjustment, and it'll provide a relief valve for the infrastructure, but it'll certainly be challenging for for regions, institutions, businesses that have been relying on kind of ample labor, relying on consumption, and all the drivers that come with people. So just to, in terms of what we see for the Bank of Canada, we saw that cut. They are worried about where things are going, but the Bank of Canada now is below neutral. So we think it's a bit of an insurance cut. We are on a path of a slowdown, economic slowdown, but it is, a big chunk of it is structural, and that's what Tiff Mecklem said yesterday. Is that there's only limited, more that the Bank of Canada can do, because we do have to, unfortunately go through a bit of a painful, structural adjustment as a country, because, some of the industry activity that we've lost temporarily just may not come back, or may not come back in the, the way that, it has been. Now, not to leave sort of on a negative outlook, because we heard a lot about the opportunities and what needs to be changed, and we do have a federal government tabling a budget next Tuesday, has put a number of, very, quite frankly, very ambitious objectives on the table. And one of them, in the platform, the number that really picked up for us was, they want $500 billion in investment over the next 5 years. And when we unpack those numbers, that is really, really ambitious in terms of, basically across the country, we've been doing very little more than offsetting the depreciation of our existing capital in the country. So just underscoring that if we were to be able to do something like that, that would be massive for economic activity. Also, obviously, a trade diversification agenda, both within, across the country, but all, other markets and the infrastructure that's going to be required there. Military ramp up in spending. They also want to double housing, across in new build housing. So just a very, very ambitious agenda that, is going to require, not just collaboration with other other levels of government, but also, with private sector, with banks, with universities, all stakeholders. So, and it is such a fine path that, and so ambitious that it's only going to work if all partners collaborate. And over the next couple quarters, and again, we tend to be fairly myopic when we forecast because our horizon is fairly limited, but really it is this government activity that is going to be supporting growth over the next couple quarters, over the next year and a half. Economic activity in Canada is going to be lower than what we're comfortable with, what we're used to, and unfortunately that lower growth is in part, we think, structural. So it's not it's going to get better, it's going to go back to 2% year-over-year growth that we've seen in the past, unless that previous slide, unless we're able to unlock the stronger levers that that all levels of government are trying to do. So just on the final point, because I know, our Prime Minister says we're one economy. He's got a new act, a piece of legislation called One Economy. I think we also have to reflect that, yes, we're one economy, but many economies, because, it's good to have a vision now of where we want to go as a country in terms of where we want to unlock investment. But the part of that success is going to be how we transition and how we take care of the regions and the companies that are going to have to make really tough decisions in that adjustment process, and the workers in that process, particularly those that may need reskilling and rematching in other parts of the economy. So, I will, finish there, other than, I was asked in the coffee break, on the poll, are you hopeful? And, I kind of thought about it, and I thought, actually, we don't have any other option, and you almost have to take the emotion out. And the way that I see it is, it's risk-taking, but it's disciplined risk-taking, because we don't know, where that solid footing is. And relatedly, it is about, building that resilience in whatever the plan, again, because we don't know what's going to happen. And so, vision over the medium term, but we're going to have to take some risks to make that happen. So I stop there. I'm just 2 minutes over. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. We certainly appreciate the context and also balancing the uncertainty with the ambitious growth agenda, and then stressing the importance of collaboration in order to make this all successful. And now a few words from one of our innovation partners, Innovate Niagara.
All great companies start as brilliant ideas. But while anyone can have a great idea, the trick is to discover how to plug it into the world and reveal its potential. But where do you begin? How do you move from idea to concept to greatness? The Innovate Niagara team can help. We offer the most comprehensive one-window approach to commercializing your idea into something more. Whether you're a graduating student, a fledgling startup, or an established business, Innovate Niagara provides the structure, services, and resources you need to get your new idea or business off the ground. We offer mentorship, market intelligence, tech incubation, workshops and events, and networking opportunities. We pair enterprises with academic and research support and provide guidance for accessing resources. Essentially, our lines reach out to all of what Ontario and Canada have to offer, and we've put it all in one place. We've done the legwork. All you need to do is plug in. Now, we know how difficult money is to come by in the early stages of your business, which is why our services are offered at little or no cost. Apply to be a client on our website for one-on-one consultation, and don't worry about being left on your own. Innovate Niagara is about building relationships and being accountable to you. We provide you with the structure for success and follow-up to ensure you stay connected. These are your ideas, and we think they are amazing. Connect with Innovate Niagara. Plug your ideas into the world.
Thank you, Innovate Niagara. And now please join me in welcoming one of our sponsors, Rick Nero, Partner, Assurance and Advisory at Baker Tilly.
Thank you, Rashmi. Great job, thank you very much. And thanks to the GNCC, Mishka, Karina, Hugo, and the whole team. Amazing event. I'm honored and so proud to be a board member on the GNCC for the last 4 years. However, I want to start with a quick question, quick show of hands. How many in this room have ambitious growth plans? You could be a business owner, could be whatever you want. Okay, we got some. That's great. Okay. Take a moment, look around, look in the room. We're full of visionaries here, and it's Niagara's moment to lead. And it seems we're in great hands. And being part of that is exactly why it's so important for us and my team to be here with Baker Tilly. We're not visitors to the business community in Niagara. Like you, we're part of the fabric. As a lifelong Niagara resident, I grew up here. I built my career here. My family's here. My wife's just over there. And together, our practitioners at Baker Tilly have spent decades helping businesses thrive. But not only are we here in Niagara, we're growing here. We're doubling down in Niagara. We're investing in Niagara. We're doubling our office space. We're investing in our people, and we're building long-term because we believe Niagara's best days are ahead. Just the last few years, we help manufacturers restructure for export growth. We guide family-owned businesses through succession plans, support fast-growing companies with financing strategies, and that unlock millions in new investments. For small and medium-sized enterprises, the backbone of the region's economy, Baker Tilly is more than an accounting firm. We're a strategic partner that helps you actualize your vision. Our mission is simple: to move your goals from the idea column to the results column. We do that by looking at the whole picture of your business. Absolutely, we'll handle your tax, accounting, and audit needs with precision and pace, but that's just a starting point. We also provide wealth planning for owners and their families. We design corporate finance strategies to fund expansion, to help you buy or sell a business. We secure scientific research and experimental development credits and government grants to accelerate innovation, just to name a few, and we do it all under one roof as one team with a complete understanding of your business. That means faster decisions, more strategic recommendations, and fewer missed opportunities. So if you were one of the many hands in the air a few minutes ago, the ones planning to grow, expand, and build the future of Niagara, come find our team, myself, Rick, Emily, Jesse, during the break, because odds are we can help you get there faster. And one final thought: the future of this region isn't something we wait for, it's something we in this room build together. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. We appreciate that. And what a great question. We appreciate that too. It's now my pleasure to introduce Paul Dubowski. Paul is the CEO of Andrew Peller Limited, and he's speaking today on behalf of our region's Innovation Supercluster. With Paul's leadership, the Niagara region is not only building on its global reputation in wine production, but it is also advancing a future where clusters of industry, technology, and talent converge. Please join me in welcoming Paul.
All right. Just a pleasure to be here with everybody today. My hand was up. We're looking to grow. We're looking to expand. We have a long history in the Niagara region, and we're very proud of that history. And I can feel the energy in this room. I really can. There's a positivity despite some of the challenges we're all facing. And I just want to thank the GNCC, White Oaks, and all of the partners who helped put on an event like this. I think it's meaningful in terms of connectivity and how we take our next steps as a region, how we connect to bring it all together and make it work. As was mentioned, I'm Paul Dubowski. I am the CEO of Andrew Peller Limited. I think we have deep roots, so a lot of us, you may know us, but we are Canada's largest publicly traded wine producer. We have brands like Peller, Trius, Gretzky. Those are our roots in the region, along with our grape growing, manufacturing, connection to farmers. So the Niagara region is important to us. It's at our core, it's at our heart, and that's why these events are important, why it's a pleasure to be speaking here today on behalf of the broader supercluster. So when I speak at these events, I always like to listen as we get going. And I heard a couple themes early, kind of funny, some kind of not. But there's a couple things. I heard a lot of Jays talk, which we all love. Lifelong fan, it's an incredible run. I'm also tired, my voice hurts, you can hear it, it's weak. I'm gonna try and get through my next 14 minutes that I have left before I get the hook out of here. But my story on it is, we all have a story of connectivity from the Jays run, just like we do in this room. And some of my earliest memories are with my dad going to Exhibition Stadium, sitting in the metal bleachers that sucked, but were awesome when you're like 5 and 8. And I remember that. And then I remember going to Skydome with him. Let's get the name back to Skydome. But more than that, I realized why I have a problem with sports. Because during the 18th inning at 2:53 in the morning, I was texting with my 82-year-old dad about how pissed off we were. So yeah, shout out to my dad who's 82. The second thing I've heard is that there's a lot of data and a lot of numbers. And we use the term nerd, and I'm not calling anybody a nerd, but we talk about nerds and data and numbers. But I love data and numbers. They're actually the benchmark or like the foundation of the supercluster in a lot of everything we do. But I'm pivoting today. You're going to see it. You see it now. I'm going pretty pictures, food, wine, all the good stuff. So I'm going to take you on a different journey as we work through today. And then lastly, the thing I heard, which will bridge right into the topic, is there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of challenge out there. But then what I hear is, yeah, we don't have a choice, but God, it gives us a unique opportunity to think different, to reset, to really have that view of how do we drive Canada forward? And we're not closing our borders. We're saying, how do we make Canada even more productive? How do we make Ontario more productive? How do we do that in the Niagara region? But then how do we open ourselves up to the world that wants to partner with us? And I think that, those themes, kind of some of the, nuance of those themes really lead us into why I'm here today, which is to talk about the supercluster. And for those not familiar, the supercluster, it really is based on a Deloitte study and report from 2023 that recognizes the enormous potential at its core of the wine and grape industry, but it gets bigger, and I'll talk about that in a minute, and the ability for that to be a catalyst for cross-sector growth and development in the region. And so for those who aren't familiar, you can go to uncorkontario.ca, but also in the back of this book, there is a QR link. And yes, at its foundation is wine, and we're proud of that as a wine company, but it really talks about the connectivity of all businesses that connect to wine, but connect to tourism and connect to the unique attributes of the Niagara region, and I'm gonna dig a little deeper into that. So when this came to us, we realized, that Deloitte had to do more. So Deloitte worked with all stakeholders across the region. It is not just a wine report. This included local and provincial governments. It did include the wine and grape industry. It included business stakeholders from a variety of industries that are connected to the supercluster. But at the end, it delivered a fact-driven, data-based, facts and data like we talked about, report with perspectives from a variety of industries and stakeholders in tourism in the region. And the foundation of the report isn't just research done here. This has been proven over and over again when you look at some of the leading tourism destinations of the world. If you look at Napa in California and its rise from where it was to where it is today, that is a playbook for some of the things we're looking to do. If you look at Italy and France, just the importance of wine, food, culture, and all the development that has happened in and around that. Niagara has those attributes. But what we learned through the supercluster report, and candidly, I'll stand here and say, I'm a wine company, I want that to be part of it. But what we learned is it's much bigger than that. It is a unique opportunity, and at the end of the day, we have a job, I have a job as CEO at Peller to work with the other partners to unlock this incredible potential in the region. Some more pictures. The reality is Niagara has the foundations and characteristics to compete with those those leading tourism destinations of the world. I sometimes find, and we do this in wine, and I think we do it in tourism, we're like, well, we don't have that in Canada. We got to go somewhere else to get it. I fundamentally disagree with that. I think if you get out and you drive around Niagara, if you go to the falls, if you go to wine country, if you see the ecotourism we have to offer, some of the restaurants, we have a lot of that here. We just got to continue to build it and make it easier for people to consume. Make it more well-known. Tell them how great it is. I have the same problem on wine. We make incredible wines in Ontario. We need to tell the consumer how incredible the wines we produce are here in this region. We have a world-class wine and agricultural footprint. We have internationally renowned Niagara Falls, as I said, ecotourism. We have the culturally significant Shaw Festival in theater. The greater Niagara region can really stand out in Ontario, across Canada, and I believe around the world. It will take time, but we need to start taking those steps. And I'll give you one example that I think rings out, and it's close to my heart. If we think about domestic wine, in Ontario, it represents less than 30% of the wine sold in the province. So less than 30% of the wine is Ontario-produced wine. That is far below BC, that is 40+%, and that is below the 90+% in the developed wine regions of the world. And if we increase the domestic consumption in Ontario even 5 to 10 points a share, take that 26, 27 to 35% of what's consumed here in the province, that will yield billions of investment, not just in wine, because that's got to go to farmers, it's got to go to tech, it's got to go to infrastructure. It is a significant opportunity for us, and we are part of that at Andrew Peller and all of those connected to the wine industry. It benefits the entire supercluster and all connected industry. So through this investment in the wine industry, the investment in the world-class amenities we have here, the investment in the infrastructure, the people, the talent, along with the commitment to get our policy right. We talk a lot about deregulation. Let's get that right. I really believe the supercluster can be a catalyst for growth, one of the catalysts for growth that we have in the region as we move forward. And I want to highlight, and you'll see it up on screen here in a second, the supercluster is a lot of things. Yes, wine. We believe that fundamentally, but it's farming, it's infrastructure, it's transportation, it's hotels and hospitality, it's cultural events, it's culinary offerings, and even more. It is a really connected network that's all tied to tourism and increasing the visibility of the region and the economic potential of the region. It is a unique time, and I think we're well positioned to take advantage of it. So as we look at wine, Niagara is a bit unique in its opportunity and position. We have the incredible landmarks like the Falls. We have a diverse ecosystem here. We have the culturally significant venues and events, but we also have the largest wine producing region in Canada. You see the 4 regions up on screen there. In 2025, there were 31,000 grape producing acres in Canada, 600 wineries across the country, coast to coast. It is one of our most diverse agricultural and economic sectors. A lot of people don't know that. There's 18,000 acres in Ontario, and Niagara is over 13,000 of that. So, Niagara is a significant piece of the wine production in Canada, and by far the largest wine region in Ontario. It is a diverse and significant economic sector for the country, and honestly, as we unlock this, Niagara has to be the first step. It is the most significant wine producing region in the country, so we have an obligation to ensure we take the right next step and build the economic potential. And as meaningful and as diverse of a driver it really is part of a bigger ecosystem. When you connect it with direct, indirect, ancillary, it's part of a $3.6 billion economic ecosystem in the Niagara region. This is not just wine. As I said, this is bigger than that. It's wine, it's food and hospitality, it's culture, it's entertainment. It's connected to the consumer, it's connected to travel. And we have the opportunity, as I said, to grow and expand this. And those benefits are for the region, they are for businesses, but they're also for the residents of the region. We will do this in a really resident-centric way. We want to build a vibrant community here in Niagara as we take on this opportunity. But we realize this is complex, and it takes coordination and vision, and that is kind of the impetus for the supercluster. It started as a report. We've had a couple meetings since then. We're in the process of forming a committee of multi-sector participation, because it can't be wine-driven only. It needs to be cross-sector, so we have different voices at the table helping lead this forward for the region overall. And so that's exciting to us. We have this vision. We continue to strengthen the diverse supercluster group. You're going to see progress on that over the next several months, the next 6 months, and we're excited to bring that next evolution to you. So you'll see up on screen here the actual supercluster document that you will find in the report. And I'm not going to spend a ton of time here because I've talked a lot about it, but really what it shows is wine's at the center, but that can push and pull and pivot depending on where the development's happening. But it really fuels all the adjacent industries. These all relate to each other. So whether that's agriculture, construction, education, transportation, advanced manufacturing, which is incredibly important, this is going to what helps us build the economic impact, build those vibrant communities, and build a legacy for our future. In terms of where we are, we have great momentum. I'm going to touch on a couple things here. Shaw Festival, it always blows me away how incredibly important this is to the region, how important it is to culture and our story and storytelling, in the region, across Ontario, in the country. It is one of the 5 largest theatre companies, North America's 5 largest theatre companies, one of the 28 largest employers in the region. They continue to develop their All Together campaign for performance, education, artist housing, and theatre craft, including a recent significant investment from the province of Ontario to help redevelop the Royal George Theatre. This will support jobs. This will help the supercluster. This will help drive growth in the Niagara region. But it's not only there. We talked about infrastructure. GO train service has improved. We've seen increased ridership. We're also seeing plans to make it a more pleasant experience, to redo some of the infrastructure around it. That's important. The Niagara Airport Authority, the vision continues to evolve. We've all seen that. To me, they want to be a gateway for Canadian and international visitors to the region. And then Hoverlink's development, where we're trying to drive marine transportation from Canada's largest population center, which is one of the largest in North America, in a very efficient and eco-friendly way. These are meaningful developments, and you can see the progress is already underway. Wine is progressing as well. We're seeing incredible growth and progress. Yes, with U.S. wine off shelf, there is an ancillary benefit. We need to capitalize on that benefit and drive even harder as we move forward. As I said earlier, I believe Niagara's wine region is ready to lead in Canada, not just in quality, but actually in the ambition of what we want to create in this country. This will unite our growers, our wineries, and all the ecosystem of partners under a bold vision to drive domestic consumption and to drive the investment across the industry. We really believe our wine industry can be a source of national pride, and Niagara will be at the forefront of that. We are seeing in wine a real move now. The LCBO's Made in Ontario prioritization, we need that to continue. That has a benefit across Ontario. Maybe they don't collect as much tax from foreign wines, but the economic impact of a bottle of domestic wine sold is significantly accretive to a bottle of foreign wine sold. We're also seeing a focus on VQA wines, which are the premium wines out of BC and Ontario. And we're also seeing taxation adjustments, getting the, let's call it regulation right, so that we can support wineries to sell at their winery door, many of which are located in the Niagara region. So that focus on deregulation, that focus on good policy, that focus on unlocking domestic is critical as we move forward. But to realize our full potential, we got to keep going. We still have a lot to do. And if you look up on screen here, there's a lot of things that are in flight, and there needs to be more. If we think about first-class accommodations, we have the Parliament Oak Hotel in Clayfield Commons coming online, but we're going to need more quality accommodations. We're going to need diverse accommodations to bring tourism in and to meet their needs. We have culinary that continues to advance. We got the 2 Michelin 2-star Pearl Morissette, incredible recognition. We got our restaurant, the Trius restaurant, that's Michelin recommended. We're very proud of that. But we need diverse culinary offerings at different price points that can meet the consumers where they want to shop when they're visiting our region. Transportation needs to remain a focus. We need to increase access to the region. The Hoverlink will be important. Get that online in 2027. It needs to be efficient, it needs to be eco-friendly, and it cannot impact our local residents in a negative way. We continue to need to focus on what we have here. We have the Falls. The Falls is a huge attraction, internationally renowned. That's important to the region. We have the Niagara Geopark movement that is underway, where we're looking to become the first UNESCO Global Geopark in Ontario. And why that's important and why the Falls is part of the overall story is ecotourism. It is a movement. The younger tourist is thinking about experience more and more, and ecotourism is a big part of that. And we have some incredible natural beauty. We have cultural heritage, and we really do have historical relevance in this region that will allow us to tell that story. And then lastly, we do need to continue to focus on growing our wine industry. Let's focus on local. Less than 30% domestic is not good enough. We have incredible wines in this region. It should be far higher than that. We need to set goals. We need to get the right policy. We need to get the right partners. It will benefit the wine industry and everybody connected to it directly, but it will have a broader benefit in terms of the supercluster as well. So to drive this next generation, we need focus and cooperation with government. We need focus and cooperation with industry and community. We have a lot of work to do on policy. We need to secure more strategic investments that will pay off. And we need to ensure that as we set our path, we're guiding it with some of those leading tourism destinations of the world. If we look at Napa, if we look at France, Spain, New Zealand, Italy, they have really driven their tourism forward by focusing on wine, food, culture, and we need to do the same here in the Niagara region. So as I wrap up, I really believe we have an incredible opportunity to continue the momentum of the supercluster. It is driving us, I think, to think bigger and think, honestly, candidly different. It's aligning us at the government level, business level, and at the community level, and giving us an opportunity to create, I believe, a top-tier global destination, but even more than that, just a really vibrant community that this becomes part of its fabric in my mind. It will attract strategic investment, both public and private. It'll help us cultivate and retain talent in the region. And it'll inspire us across all of our businesses. It'll give us something, honestly, to be truly proud of. We are proud today, but to grow and develop this and to bring it to more and more people and to tell our story, I think is going to be special. It's a legacy we all can leave as we think about how this region grows and develops. So with that, I just want to thank everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And I look forward to communicating more on the supercluster. I love input. And hopefully we get to chat a little bit more today. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Paul. That was very energizing and inspiring, and we appreciate you sharing your vision for the innovations in Niagara to come. We now move into a new and exciting part of our program, which is our version of a supercluster. These are our breakout sessions. So you may remember that you were invited to select a breakout in advance today when you registered. And your selection, if you've forgotten what it is, it's printed on the back of your badge. If you need any help, you can go to the registration team. They'll be pleased to help you. So our 3 breakout groups, we have Supply Chain Sovereignty meeting in Studio 10. We have CUSMA and North American Trade in Studio 11. Both the studios are just outside on your right and then on the left-hand side. You probably passed them on the way in. So Studios 10 and 11. And then the 3rd breakout session, Talent, Mobility, and Workforce Readiness, is in the Idea Loft, which is around the corner and to your right. So have a wonderful conversation in your breakout sessions. Enjoy the discussion and your panel discussions. And we'll see you back here for lunch following your session. Thank you. Welcome back. How was lunch? Yes, absolutely. The White Oak staff do a fabulous job. Thank you indeed. Welcome back. I hope your breakout sessions before lunch sparked some new ideas and that you also had a great opportunity to network and connect and have some great conversations and reflections on everything that we have heard from this morning. So looking forward to the second part of our program. But just before we get started, we actually have a special draw from John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport for a flight pass with Porter. Karina. Very exciting. Chris McQueen. Do you have to be here to win?
Yes, I think he just stood up.
And Chris just stood up, so well done, thank you. You have to be here to win, so good for you, Chris. Thank you, Karina. So to continue with our program, please join me in welcoming Danielle Natariani, Project Manager at Hatch.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed the lunch. It was our pleasure to be the sponsors of that today at Hatch. I'm Danielle Notariani, and I'm here with 3 of my colleagues from Hatch's Niagara Falls office. We're all engineers, and we're all born and raised in Niagara. And we're proud to call Niagara home. I want to reflect on for a moment on our journeys. 2 of us started our careers outside of the Niagara region and made the decision to return. I remember being in high school, and the consensus of my peers was that we needed to leave the region to build our careers, to seek opportunities. At the time, it didn't feel like Niagara offered the long-term opportunities that we were looking for. Many of the factories that we grew up with had closed and others were closing. The job outlook felt uncertain, and Niagara wasn't attracting the young professionals and the young families. But that's changed and is still changing, and our team is a reflection of that shift. So 2 of us came back and we're building our families in Niagara. And the other 2 of our team, they're new grads, they're new grads who have started their careers at the Hatch Niagara Falls office. So we've seen a large shift in the growth in Niagara in the last 20 years. Young professionals are being attracted to the opportunities and the future of Niagara's economic growth. And that's a powerful sign of what's possible when a region begins to grow with purpose together. That's what today's theme resonates so deeply. Navigating global shifts, Niagara's moment to lead. At Hatch, we see these global shifts daily in clean energy for a more sustainable future, in infrastructure and industry. And we believe that Niagara is positioned to lead, not only just by reacting to change, but proactively by embracing it with innovation, agility, and collaboration, with an alignment around a shared vision for this region. Our office has deep Niagara roots, and today we're proud to be continuing that legacy with projects that reflect the future. Sustainable energy and water power, infrastructure, and smart industry for resilient communities. Our purpose at Hatch is clear: to solve our clients' and the world's toughest problems. We work across the sectors, combining insight and expertise from our local team with the strength of a global network of around 10,000 Hatch professionals. If you're facing a complex challenge or planning for what's next, we'd love to connect. So thank you to GNCC for bringing us together, and thank you to all of you for what you're building today and what we can build together tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for your remarks and also for Hatch's continued partnership in advancing Niagara's business community. Let's turn our attention to the screens for a message from the Niagara Association of Realtors.
Are you looking to buy or sell a home in Niagara? Of course you are. You're watching this video. Look, we all know Niagara is the place to be. But do you know who knows Niagara better than anyone? Realtors. Niagara Realtors know Niagara. That is all 12 municipalities, each with their own specific quirks and districts. There is a distinct difference between Welland and Wainfleet. When I say port, you say...
George! Oh, sorry. I thought you said Fort Erie!
You get the picture. See, Niagara is both blue collar and white collar. The grape grower and the grape drinker. Or both. Or both. Niagara is an amazing place to live, work, and play. We are passionate about living here, so we want to see that passion manifest itself in our buyers and sellers. When you use a Niagara Realtor, you are utilizing the experience of someone who wants to set you up for a win. After all, we're going to be neighbors.
Niagara Realtors know Niagara. Use a local Niagara Realtor.
Appreciate the humor, absolutely. Thank you. To keep our energy up this afternoon, we're moving into our Spark session with Carla Stout. Carla is the General Manager with Niagara Regional Transit. Carla brings a unique perspective on the mobility and accessibility that connects communities and opportunity. Please join me in welcoming Carla Stout.
Good afternoon, everyone. So many great presentations this morning and brilliant minds. So now for something completely different. It is a pleasure to be here at the summit today and to introduce to many of you for the first time transformative development for the Niagara region. When all of our separate transit systems were amalgamated in 2023, it was because we recognized and local government recognized that Niagara was not a region of silos, but an interconnected network of economies, businesses, destinations, and services. But our interconnected region was lacking an interconnected network that could move people quickly and conveniently where they needed to go. Our ridership has exploded well beyond pre-COVID levels, and we are poised to deliver more than 10 million trips this year. We hear consistently from businesses just like yours, the Chamber, economic development departments, and workers how vital transit is to them and how important it is for your future growth. And we want you to know that we hear you loud and clear. We've only just scratched the surface of what transit can be for Niagara, but to realize the potential, we needed a plan. Recently, we completed, and our board approved in principle, a process and plan that I'm excited to introduce to you today. This is the first ever Niagara Transit Master Plan and is a 10-year growth and investment strategy that will shape the expansion and enhancement of our transit network like we've never seen before. Improvements, of course, which are all pending budget approval, will start as early as 2026, like the introduction of Sunday and holiday service for our intermunicipal routes. The most requested change from our riders since regional transit was introduced all the way back in 2011. We're also filling gaps previously not serviced by transit, like outside the urban boundary in the city of Niagara Falls. One thing you'll notice is a major expansion to regional routes and the introduction of community buses, which we hope to start with in Fort Erie, which on its own is on pace for over 100,000 trips this year. Community buses will create a local connection to travel around communities and connect to our regional routes, as well as major destinations such as the new South Niagara Hospital and hubs such as the current and future GO stations noted on the map. As part of what is, I guess, considered what I learned today, the Niagara Supercluster, GO train service gets a lot of attention in Niagara, and rightly so. But one thing that's often missed is the connection between GO service and our local transit. For GO service to be successful, these stations can't just be accompanied by parking lots. It's always worth remembering that the provincial government is looking at the robustness of your local transit network when making decisions about increasing GO frequency. I'd invite you to visit our master plan page, handily, just like Slido. You have your QR there for you, which you can do on your phones by scanning the above, or take a look on the back page of your programs today. There's information for every community about what the master plan means to you, and handy sliders to compare our transit network now with what we hope the future holds. I know many businesses feel strongly about transit and the economic impact it can have in Niagara. So we've also created an easy section on that page where you can send us a message to show your support and let us know why transit matters to you and matters to your business. We've heard the need for housing mentioned by several presenters today. Parking is one of the biggest challenges when it comes to building housing. The best way to mitigate the need for parking is transit, and we're here and we're ready to help. Tim Prince, your keynote today, spoke about the need to invest in infrastructure this morning, and I couldn't agree more. We know, based on a white paper delivered at the Canadian Urban Transit Association in 2019, that for every dollar invested in transit in Canada, $4 of positive economic benefit is felt by the communities that make that investment. If you have any questions, I am here all day, and so is my Chief of Staff, Jordan. We'd be happy to talk transit with anyone. Thank you for your support of transit in Niagara, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, Carla. And we know, as we hear, transit is more than transportation. It's about access, connection, and community prosperity. Before I introduce our next speaker, we have another draw, which is courtesy of Hodgson Russ, U.S. Attorneys, and they are offering 2 tickets to the U.S. versus Canada Women's Hockey Rivalry Series in Buffalo on November 8th. Thank you, Karina. Steve Otten. Steve Otten. Congratulations. 2 tickets. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hodgson Russ. Our next speaker brings over 2 decades of experience helping organizations navigate the complexities of international trade. Mike Christia leads MNP's Trade Advisory Group and is a member of the firm's tax services team in Toronto. He has advised clients across sectors from automotive to life sciences, guiding them through regulatory strategy, market entry, and cross-border operations. Please join me in welcoming Mike, who will share his insights on global trade dynamics and what they mean for Niagara businesses.
Okay, hello everyone. So I guess my joke about the Jays game is going to be that we're definitely in the 18th inning of this tariff war in 2025. I don't know if it's been 6 hours or 6 years, or certainly feels like more than it has been. Let me see here. There we go. So as I named the presentation, it's really it is a tariff war. It's a global tariff war. It's a new way of looking, and I know we'll go over this in a little bit of time, in some detail, but it's a new way of looking at the international trade landscape, where you have essentially the United States, who I think has, like in historical times, taken a bit more of a protectionist, isolationist approach to international commerce as a national policy. And of course, because of its hegemonic importance in the global economy, it impacts everyone. It impacts the global rules. It impacts a lot of change and a lot of compliance. So I like to call this compliance shell shock a brief chronology of where we've been. As you may recall, we had a good phone call at some point in February 2025. Everyone remember that? The good phone call? It's a wonderful phone call. But at some point in March, we finally ran into the IEEPA tariffs at a rate of 25%. The initial shock, of course, was that the USMCA exemptions did not apply. And that lasted for all of 2 days. Businesses were, of course, impacted. And subsequently, we saw, retaliation, right? The United States surtax order of 2025-1, which introduced a 25% Canadian surtax on $30 billion worth of trade of US goods into Canada, targeted compared to the US measures, which were commodity agnostic, so covered pretty much everything. And as we go through March and April, we see, of course, the sectoral tariffs start being imposed. So things like steel and aluminum and automotive, sectors that certainly are important here in the Niagara region, are actively, to this day, impacted by the tariffs imposed in early spring. The sort of progress on this matter is really, I would say, it's not a pretty picture, right? So we really have increasingly a focus on the sectoral tariffs. We have the relief to this day that was obtained on March 7th, but specific easing of tariffs on businesses that are exporting goods into the US has not really taken shape at this time. More recently, of course, we have sort of the summer months where we start seeing things like copper and of course, wood furniture and timber. And as of November 1st, as you may know, there's going to be a duty imposed on medium and heavy-duty trucks. So, I mean, I guess the picture I'm trying to paint, if you counted the bubbles of the different measures, each one of those is multiple pages of regulations. The compliance burden for businesses alone, just trying to pay the tariff in some cases, and that'll be familiar to businesses who have to deal with steel derivatives and measuring the steel content in a specific product, when you're in fact perhaps 4, 5, or 6 players downstream of the steel mill, wherever it may be, that produced that steel. It's not particularly easy to keep up with, and that's a lot of the shell shock in compliance that we've experienced. It's not easy for SMEs or even larger companies to keep up with the requirements, to say the least. So there's lots of thinking today, as we've spoken through the different economic outlooks, about the economy on one hand. But I'd like to also point to the regulatory burden that has increased because of these many numerous measures with their own intricacies, each of them. Again, I think I've painted a glum picture. You know, if you go across the timeline, tariffs only increase, right, with the exception perhaps of the exemption that was introduced on March 7th. However, we also have a bit of a glimpse into what might come next. Again, from my perspective, more of a technical tariff perspective than an economic perspective that I want to provide today. For one thing, we know the Supreme Court of the United States is reviewing the so-called trafficking and retaliatory tariffs. The trafficking tariffs are those that were imposed on Canada and Mexico in defiance, I would say, of the CUSMA or USMCA provisions of free trade between the three countries. And on the other hand, the retaliatory tariffs were in some circles, I guess, lauded and celebrated April 2nd Liberation Day tariffs, right, for the rest of the world, which were postponed, but ultimately were introduced. Because of the challenge, and I think more recently, as you all probably know, the Senate has voted effectively to end IEEPA tariffs, the trafficking tariffs at least, on Canada in the United States. It's not clear if that will be a successful political direction for rectifying the situation. Again, the House of Representatives is probably unlikely to be as keen to vote against the executive. That said, even if there were no IEEPA tariffs, Canada today faces the most pressure from the sectoral Section 232 tariffs. And the sectoral tariffs are going to be the preferred method for future enactment of tariffs by the United States. Reason being, it's not as easy to challenge the President's authority to impose Section 232 tariffs, which are a question of national security, as opposed to the so-called international emergency economic powers under the Title 50 of the US Code, or so-called IEEPA tariffs. So, a couple of things I might want to point out about the Section 232 tariffs is that there are ongoing investigations into quite a number of sectors that have yet to bring to fruition a policy on new tariffs. However, they are likely. They are likely to eventually result in new and additional sectors and categories of tariffs. Among other things, I'll rhyme through some of them. You have semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, processed critical minerals, commercial aircraft, polysilicon, unmanned aerial or unmanned aircraft systems, so drones, effectively. Wind turbines, robotics and industrial machinery, personal protective equipment, medical consumables. It's not a small list. And even with the broader, sort of more tense IEEPA tariffs discussions, which are, again, commodity agnostic, right? This is just the US saying, we don't like the balance of trade with a specific country, we are going to impose a tariff, is essentially what it's been. Not so much because specific commodities need to be tariffed in order to allow U.S. industry to foster capacity in those important industries for national security, or at least that's the argument always that's being made on the 232. And the funniest one, perhaps some of you might be familiar with this, is that the timber and lumber tariffs were justified as a national security measure in writing, in all seriousness, in an executive order from the desk of the Oval Office, because they are inputs to the space station. There are wooden inputs to the space station. So it's really easy to pick on, as you can imagine, right? Very specific end uses of an extracted product that has to be processed multiple times over before it's truly of critical importance. So the argument can be pretty broad. And the way Section 232 operates is that there's an investigation by the Secretary of Commerce, by the BIS, the Bureau of Industrial Security, and what that does, I think that's different than IEEPA, at least in the eyes of policymakers in the US, is it provides additional legitimacy because it's not on the flip of a coin, because there's a declared, proclaimed national emergency. There's a study done every single time, well or not is a whole other debate, but there's a study done and there's consultations in public, and there are in fact more legitimizing factors. Therefore, the Section 232 tariffs, to come back to the glimpse into the future, are less likely to be outright challenged or overturned in courts or in other, I guess, arenas, such as the policymaking arena in the US Congress. As you may also know, Canada and US negotiations are currently stalled. It seems like there's sufficient pushback, and there hasn't yet been an announcement for the additional 10% that was, of course, whimsically rhymed off as the next best great approach to international trade. But even with the so-called punitive, I guess, impression that something like that might give, realistically, if we're talking about the IEEPA tariffs on Canadian products, again, the ones that are commodity agnostic, not the sectoral tariffs, they're exempt for a vast majority of products made in Canada because those products would qualify under the USMCA, or CUSMA, as we say over here. So even if the rate were 100%, with all respect, it would impact a minority of Canadian production, so far as the IEEPA rate is concerned. On the other hand, you might ask, well, what about the sectoral tariffs? Is there a chance that at some point the USMCA provisions will also exempt products from the Section 232 tariffs? I would say that's not foreseeable. It's not in sight at this time. It's not being discussed. It's not being considered. But as part of the discussion around what the CUSMA renegotiation of 2026, so next year, will yield, well, one possibility is that we'll see what we've seen with trade deals with the UK or with Europe or with Japan, where the Section 232 tariffs are also rate controlled by the agreement. So there could be a ceiling rate on these Section 232 tariffs that would be lower than the rate at which they're otherwise put into force, right? When they come into force at 25, 50% on the metals, aluminum, steel, copper, all of it, 25 on automotive, lumber, well, rather wood derivatives. And so these rates might be negotiated themselves at a lower rate than the global applicable rate for other imports into the US, which, if you think about it, if we're just, again, looking a little bit into the future, if Canada is selling softwood at a lower rate into the US than anyone else can from a tariff perspective, and if Canada is still the closest market to the US, logistic costs wise, right? Yes, there is a tariff cost. But just because the tariff cost this year is greater than tariff cost last year for Canadian exporters, it does not mean that price competitiveness relative to the much higher tariff cost that could be faced elsewhere isn't going to be a strategic consideration even when you're paying tariff costs. So again, if you were to pay, the current 10% on timber as opposed to a future 5%, right? There's obviously, if the rest of the world is paying that 10%, because Section 232 is not targeting Canada. This is the US saying, we don't want any of these imports because they hurt our economy. Again, our ability to have an economy that bolsters national security by keeping critical industries domestically at high capacity. That is the goal of Section 232. Also, there's been a lot of confusion, and I think this slide is almost a little silly, but in my world, it carries all the weight, really. Tariff costs and duties are synonymous for our discussion right now. It's always been the case. There's an international system that's pretty much harmonized through all the members of the World Trade Organization for many years now. The latest iteration of the rules behind this harmonized system were produced in the General Agreement of Tariffs and Trade of 1994, which the WTO enforces and maintains to the best of its ability because its dispute panel judges have not been staffed in, I guess, over 5, 6 years now, definitely since the first term of President Trump, the 45th term of the President of the United States. So it bears noting that tariff costs, there's a lot of mystique and mystery, and there's a lot of talk in the news, who pays them, who doesn't pay. The importer pays the tariff cost. If you are the person declaring the goods to a customs authority, if you travel, if you take a plane and you come in and you say, I have something to declare, who pays the cost? You pay the cost. It's the same for businesses. But what happens after, surely, I think, and we'll have heard from peers and colleagues out here, there are businesses who can afford, certainly with the currency exchange rates right now, to absorb some of these tariffs. If we're talking about Canadian exporters in particular, there's a favorable exchange rate at this time. But it's not sustainable, right, in the long run. In the long run, if currency volatility affects that dynamic of how you're calculating your tariff cost absorption capacity so that you don't increase the price, so that you don't alienate yourself from a market where you're no longer competitive, that can't be a 5-year plan. It can't be a 10-year plan. At some point, any company that today is thinking, well, I'm okay, I can absorb most of the tariffs, it's probably a short-term fix. It definitely needs to have a little bit more thought behind really the accounting behind it all. So a duty rate is determined because you have, as a function of, as it says here on screen, the classification, so what is the product, and the origin of the product, the customs origin of the product, which can be subject to certain pretty complex rules. For example, the rules of origin for the CUSMA. Anyone want to guess how many pages we're talking about? No, hundreds. They're in the hundreds. And again, it is a technically complex, I would say, sphere of trade rules or trade regulations. However, it also is fecund for good planning, for trying to understand where, if you change a component in your supply chain, do you shift, for example, from a non-USMCA good to a USMCA good, thereby perhaps limiting your exposure at least to the current IEEPA tariffs, the 35%. The other side of it that's worth noting is that at the end of the day, when you want to bottom line your cost, it's a dollar amount, right? And that dollar amount is not just the duty rate. It's not just the 45, 35, 50%, whatever these big numbers we bandy about these days are. It is that rate applied to, in a broader sense, from a tax perspective or from a fiscal perspective, we might call it a tax base. In customs or in trade, we call it the customs value. The customs value itself, for many importers and exporters in Canada over the last at least 20, if not 30 years, right, since the first US-Canada Free Trade Agreement, has not been something that's closely scrutinized by companies internally. What is it that you're declaring? What are the rules around what you should declare and what do they allow you to declare has not been closely scrutinized in an environment where, again, the vast majority of trade is free trade with the US, up until recently. But they are worth noting, because customs value is not simply an invoice price. There are deductions allowed, much like the way you declare your income, right, on the income tax. There's credits, deductions, there's all sorts of considerations to take when it comes to how to optimize the customs value declare, which, when you get to the bottom line dollar amount, regardless of the percentage, is going to save you money on the absolute value. So, knowing this, what do we see? What are the sort of planning trends that we see our clients approach us with at MMP, in particular to sort of, I guess, weather the storm, perhaps even look beyond, perhaps even acknowledge that there is a new trade reality in some cases? Well, depending on the size, I mean, some companies are the right size in the mid-market sector that there is a possibility, or there is a spark of, hey, what if, at least in part, by having a US affiliate, I can move some of my functions, operations, maybe just my sales team, right? Different aspects of the business into the US, perhaps create an intercompany sale of goods, perhaps manage the customs value in that way, which is not necessarily easy, right? Declaring a lower value because now you're sort of two players downstream from your ultimate customer who expects to pay the same. So presumably there's a way to justify a small price on an interco basis. Not much smaller, but typically there is a way to at least adjust somewhat. And I think that's the theme really for planning when it comes to customs values, that it'll very much be nickels and dimes, but with other elements of planning together, you try to chip away at how the tariff cost impacts you, not only by managing the tariff cost directly, but also by managing other tax implications in international taxation if you do, in fact, operate on the basis of forming a US affiliate to do some of the functions that you perhaps do today in a Canadian company, but to have those done in the US. High level, a couple of things just worth noting here. So the big, beautiful bill certainly introduced quite a few US international tax incentives, that is to say, for encouraging foreign direct investment into the US. Among other things, there's more favorable treatment of R&D. There's interest limitation on interest income. There's the FDI export deductions and bonus depreciation. Some of the details of this, I mean, it'll take two different other people from my firm to explain them, so I'll just skim over, but if anyone has an interest, I'm happy to introduce you to the right folks. As for Canadian international tax considerations, they're on the flip side, right? Because there are provisions that seek to protect the tax base of the Canadian economy from eroding through these international transactions. Among other things, you have the taxation of dividends or of NIB loans, which are essentially non-arm's length loans, that could create additional Canadian taxation for amounts otherwise transferred outside of Canada. And there's, of course, considerations around repatriation of the funds. If you do have a US affiliate, you've got to worry about things like the foreign accrual property income provisions or the global minimal tax under the Pillar 2 provisions that Canada has implemented in the Global Minimal Tax Act. Transfer pricing considerations. Of course, if you have two entities now because you've thought, hey, maybe there's a way to ease the tariff and tax burden by moving some ops to the US, well, now you're going to think about how those companies transact between each other, right? The moment you want the repatriation of funds into Canada, presuming again that at the top you have Canadian owners, Canadian shareholders, you're going to have taxation applied to the transfer of shares, to transfer of intellectual property, services, goods at non-arm's length pricing. There's going to be significant economic analysis required to do these things in a way that's not risky and also optimized. And as I said, last but not least, your tariff is going to be based on your customs value. It doesn't matter what your transfer price is, really. It doesn't matter whether or not you have a lot of function in the US or not, really. Those are secondary considerations once you've determined that you're going to transact on an interco basis. You want to determine your customs value and you want to optimize it in order to have the tariff benefits as a company exporting to the US. The other planning trend worth revisiting, because I think this is the one that I'm happy to hear a lot of folks talk about today here in the region, is the question of trade diversification. So trade diversification, primarily here I'm looking at it from an export perspective, right, from Canadian economic activity producing goods that are exported. It's very much a case, and I think I've heard, let's take 70 to 50. Whether we say 70 or 80, it's very much the case that there's a typical profile of business that I've been talking to since at least February this year, probably even earlier than that in some cases. And that typical profile is, my business sales, my revenues are 80% from sales into the US, 70% from sales, 75%. These are huge numbers, 90 in some cases. These are, evidently if that particular part of the pie chart here in the dark teal on the left side is going to be impacted by a 50% tariff, that's much more disruptive than if you look on the right side, where perhaps realistically you get that 80 down to a 50 over a year, a couple of years. Slowly but surely, try to find the way to diversify into those foreign markets. Try to find the way as well, where opportunities exist, to diversify in internal trade, right? If Canada is, and we have backed off in September, but if Canada is imposing countermeasures or otherwise creating shortage of imports or non-competitiveness of imports in specific sectors because of our own tariff policy that we're going to presumably keep evolving as things evolve south of the border, those specific sectors where there's demand for those products that are impacted by tariffs, to the extent Canadian capacity can be developed, capacity should be developed, right? If you have the ability to produce something that you would not have competed with under free trade terms with US imports, but suppose that that same US import is now at a 25% surtax, perhaps the need of your product, not just in your local market here, but somewhere else in Canada, is also something to carefully consider in light of these countermeasures as they evolve. So the other thing I can sort of talk about a little bit is how do you go out, and I know we've had Kurt de Vries from the Trade Commissioner Service here, how do you go out and deal with, finding new markets? Well, if you're a small or medium enterprise, chances are you're going to need some funding, you're going to need some hand-holding. The federal government has good programs. There's obviously good private sector services in this as well. It's a question of trying to understand, at least from my perspective, where would you get equal trade terms, if we're just talking tariffs for a second, not logistic costs, because those do vary, where would you get equal treatment for your goods as you would have gotten into the US when it comes to tariffication? And the answer is simple. We have two very, very large trade agreements. We have the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, and we have CETA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with the EU. Again, these are huge markets, if we're just looking at markets, right? There's also trade agreements with places like Panama or Honduras. If we're talking material extraction and source diversification, sometimes the problem Canadian companies have is not simply that they can't export their goods, is the costs of production go up if you rely on US inputs that are now subject to tariffs or to countermeasure surtax on our side of the border. And I'll leave you with that thought. I mean, again, there's kind of a bifurcation, right, on the last two slides. On one hand, it's buy in a little bit. Buy into what the US is doing or saying to the extent it makes sense to do so for your business, for your wealth, for your productivity, for your markets. On the other hand, don't only focus on the US. Diversification is the way to build resilience, right? Again, as I asked at the beginning of sort of showing the slide, who would you rather be if a 50% tariff is going to be imposed on the dark teal portion of these two different pie charts? I'd rather be the company on the right. And I think that's the vision of where resilience will be built. That's pretty much my thoughts on the matter. And happy to be here and to speak with all of you. Very, very excited to hear sort of the ending of this as we go through the panel.
Thank you, Mike. And I'm going to challenge you to dash to the back. We want you to rejoin our panel, but first we'd like you just to get your personal headset, if you would, please, and thank you. An important part of the conversation as we move forward, and we'll hear more from Mike when he joins our panel in a few moments. So our closing panel of the day is resilient trade. And I invite you, while you're sitting at your tables, just to think about the questions that you have for these panelists this afternoon. What is it that you want to talk about? What is it that you want to know about resilient trade? This is an extraordinary opportunity to be able to ask those questions. And I know that Mishka Balsam, who of course is going to be moderating our panel, is very keen for you to be heard in this conversation this afternoon. So of course, Mishka has her questions, but she'd be delighted to hear your questions as well. So feel free to think about the questions that you would like to ask this panel as we go through this afternoon. So we're talking about resilient trade, and our first panelist, I'm delighted to welcome Christine Bonneguide to our panel. Christine Bonneguide is a partner at Hodgson Russ LLP. Thank you for the tickets. Christine advises clients on complex domestic and international business transactions. Christine specializes in guiding Canadian companies through US legal matters, helping them expand and operate successfully across borders. Welcome, Christine. Also joining our panel is John Boynton, president of Artera Wines Canada. John leads the company's domestic and international sales, marketing, and operations. With over 35 years of leadership experience across multiple industries, John has built a reputation for transforming organizations and driving growth through innovation, collaboration, and customer connection. Welcome, John. And Mike, if you're ready, you are. Well done, record time. Mike, we invite you to join us back on the stage to participate in the panel. And of course, our moderator, GNC CEO, Mishka Balsam. Mishka, over to you.
Rashmi. And thank you so very much to our panelists. I'm really excited about this part of the conversation. And I would like it to be, as Rashmi had pointed out, a really interactive one, because I think this is what shapes us and allows us in moving forward. I've been part of most of the conversations today, even tried to be part of the breakout session. So I'm going to start out with a question to all three panelists to start us out. Niagara's economy is diverse. It's spanning from manufacturing over to tourism to agribusiness. What sectors do you see as the biggest growth drivers over the next 5 years, and what must be done locally to attract investment? We heard about investment earlier today, that is key to moving us forward. So when you look at the sectors, when you take a step back, look at Niagara and saying, which ones are the key ones that are actually going to move us forward, and what investment would it take locally to make that happen? And Christine, I'm going to start out with you, and then over to and going forward like this on the panel. Christine?
Thank you. So I think you have a good diversification of your industry sectors here, obviously with your geographic advantages. so close to the U.S. border and your natural geographic beauty and your industries like your travel and tourism. I think you're well positioned in that sector, but other things like advanced manufacturing, healthcare, those I think are going to help drive your economy forward, but having a diversified strategy I think is wise.
Excellent. John?
This is a bit of a layup since my competitor was up here earlier today. We have an $8 billion opportunity in the wine supercluster, and we don't think of Niagara as an industry. We think of a supercluster with wine in the middle, and $8 billion over 25 years, which is about it's a material difference versus the economy in general, which might have about a 35% growth during that time frame. So growing the wine industry spills off into restaurants and hotels and manufacturing, yes, around that support it, equipment. We just bought $3 million of tanks made right here in Ontario. I sent the Premier a text message actually the other day with it. He got a good chuckle out of that. And then obviously construction and development, highways, transportation, and GO trains and hovercrafts and hotels and et cetera, et cetera. So an exhaustive list, but if you can grow that sector inside the middle, Ian Y's study on Cork does prove that there is a massive, very, very direct link to those other industries.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, and it was a privilege years ago also to be part of the supercluster discussion that was there. Yeah. And for those of you likely would know, this is also Niagara Days at Queen's Park, where the region is there advocating for a lot of interests, business interests, and one particular one when you are talking about infrastructure that my colleague Hugh and I were up at Queen's Park all day yesterday talking also about the Niagara District Airport as being one other form of infrastructure that maybe holds opportunities for us in Niagara as we're moving forward. But again, speaking to all the sectors and the collaborative approach actually in linking those sectors together.
Yeah, we don't anymore view the traditional competition for capital or competition for government support. We lean in knowing that if one of the very tightly related industries does well and does get capital, for example, in the airport, that what it means to everybody else is so great that don't fight it, join it, and be the first person to sign up supporting it.
I think so too. And Mike?
Yeah, I think I'll claim that I'm probably the least knowledgeable about the specifics of the region. That said, I think the vertical integration angle on hospitality, wineries, transit is obviously going to be advantageous if you're creating the product and the service and the demand in the same region, right? Mm-hmm. There's just double the benefit, as it were, in such situations. I think there's also something to say to not being too conservative on existing sectors' opportunities as opposed to brand new sectors that can be formed out of innovation. I think it has been brought up a couple of times today, live in the age of, what should we call it, Industrial Revolution 5.0, right? The AI generative era. I mean, there's certainly going to be big market disruptors beyond just trade. And I think those are worth looking out for when formulating a strategy for the region in terms of economic development.
I think it's key what you're bringing up, and I think when I had listened to the one-on-one conversations that I've had around the room or over lunchtime or our breaks with many of you in attendance, you had asked about AI that is rapidly transforming organizations, how we operate in business, and how can businesses adapt to AI and automation, the best ways to boost their productivity. We've spoken a lot about productivity. Christine, when you look at it and saying, here's an opportunity for businesses in preparation for what 5 or 10 years down the road looks like. And then John, maybe after that, I'll pass it over to you too, because you're talking about an investment that you've made within your organization, but also seeing like, where is that role? Where does technology fit in? What is the role of AI?
So that, I think, is a very important point. The AI is going to be a big disruptor, but also a change agent. And I think, automation and technology in business has been a driver of productivity for decades and has continued. I think AI is going to accelerate that trend. It's going to have an enormous demand for energy. it's going to reduce the labor demand. I think where we're going to see productivity gains is in things like analyzing patterns and strategy and cost efficiencies that can be determined, and you're just going to have a much better ability to use analytics as a tool in your business plannings and strategy.
Excellent. John, in your business, which we kind of always associate more with the land itself and the roots of agriculture and other areas, what is the role of AI?
Sure, that's certainly a part of the business, but we're a large corporation, and there's all kinds of elements, and we are vertically integrated actually from right to the farm to literally the retail sales and even owning our own retail stores. So there's a huge chain in there. I would just say what I say to my staff all the time is, don't get lost in all the terminology. Don't buy all the hype. Don't freeze because you don't understand. It's like when we went through data and digitization and the Internet of Things, all of those had a profound impact. And the worst thing is for people to freeze. And so just start with the most obvious, simple stuff that you can do. And if that's, if that's just putting sensors in the tractors that go through the field to see whether they need to be watered or not, whether that is automating jobs that need to be done that sit on top of a data lake, do that. If that's just creating, really sophisticated algorithms for your demand planning forecasting, do that. Or if that's, an AI layer on top of your product data master to, create great recommendations online, do that. But just pick the small things that are easier to do, that aren't intimidating, that create real shareholder value, and that'll give you confidence. It'll give you a little bit of education. Staff will get a little bit more relaxed about it, and then you can move on to the other things. But there are so many people out there pounding the hype, it just freezes everybody. Don't freeze. Do something small, simple, and fast.
That's an excellent suggestion. I'm going to look around the room because I have my colleagues here who also have mics. But if you could raise your hand if you have a question, let me know, and then we move forward. John, while we're talking a little bit about disruption and at the same time opportunities, you as a business person, what metrics and indicators do you use to decide when to diversify? Diversify from a supplier point of view, diversify from a trade or relationships and other areas of it. How do you look at it and saying, here are the key things that we need to consider? And when you look at the year we're in, the climate that we're facing, are you challenged to diversify?
Well, we probably use the same metrics everybody else. There's no magic to it. You look at your basically your BDIs, which is the size of your market and you within the market, and then how you're investing in the market, whether you're ahead of it or behind it, and then what future opportunity you still have. At that point, you hit a threshold with diminished returns on your investment level, and then you go to what's the tightest adjacency I can possibly go to, which de-risks your next step. Most companies make a really bad mistake by jumping to something that is a little bit outside of their capability, what ups the risk. Sometimes they're lured by the size of the opportunity. So be tight on your adjacencies in terms of where you go next. On the supply side, the way we simply look at diversification of supply is you have your traditional stuff, which is your unit cost and your shipping cost and your exchange rates. But we also add two multipliers on top of that. Multiplier one is the concentration with the supplier, i.e. the negotiating leverage you have with a supplier. That's a risk factor in itself. And second is the geopolitical environment from where the supplier is operating in or the shipping lane that they're coming from. And these days it's both, and didn't used to be like that. So that just gives you a little bit of a mathematical formula on how we think about it. And on the supply side, it's very, very similar to how we look at domestic supply, and that is just, again, a BDI, but it's at a country level. Yeah. And as you get to a certain point, you move on to the next country and the next country. And it is very dangerous to go into export too broad and too narrow, especially because the home team has the advantage both in unit cost, distribution, retail, and government support. So you either got to have a super low unit cost or you're going to be super highly differentiated. Either way, one country at a time, tackle it one after another.
Yeah, excellent. Mike, anything you would like to add to that part of the conversation?
If only to reiterate that you're not always competing with a product that's available in the home market. you may sometimes be competing with a product that was imported or is imported into that home market, where that particular trade route that delivered that product is now under tarification by that home market. So that is always, like, keep in mind, even if it's not free trade, there is a competition among tariffed trades as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an excellent differentiator that you're making. Christine, a question that had come forward, and a lot of Niagara, the same as across Canada, are smaller to medium-sized companies, and they're asking, how has the legal climate changed doing business in the United States? Is there greater risk for businesses, and can they mitigate that?
So doing business, I think, in the United States or with the United States, yes, our legal client has certainly changed, and I know you just gave a presentation about our tariffs and the cases that are going, the IEEPA-related tariff cases that are going to be argued at the Supreme Court in November, but a decision isn't likely to be made immediately on those. It's not just the legal climate that has changed in the United States, but also I think the business climate and also the cultural climate. There's been a fundamental shift in the approach of the federal government from modes of operating. You see sort of a hollowing out of agencies through reductions in force, through the DOJ's efforts a few months ago, right at the beginning. That's continued. The folks that have been put in charge, they're much more loyalists to the president than in his first term. You are seeing a fundamental refocusing of American priorities, whether in business or overall. And I don't think that's likely to change during this administration and possibly depending on what happens after that. The other thing that's happened in the United States that we haven't had in quite a while is, so the three branches of government, the executive, the judicial, and the congressional, those are all controlled by one party right now. It's single-party rule in the United States in both houses of Congress. I think you mentioned that the Senate voted, to repeal the Canada tariffs. That is not going to fly in the House. The House is not going to go against the Trump administration. So even the Supreme Court, so while the federal courts have been, at the lower level, have been ruling against the IEEPA tariffs and other administration initiatives, and we can talk about, our immigration policy, for example, I'm not confident that the Supreme Court would also hold that line. Very different.
So then would be a small business, and I would say, Christine, what does it mean to me as a Canadian business?
Small business, so if you are, I don't think that the tariff policies are going to change, even if, for example, they get struck down at court, the IEEPA level, then the administration, I think, will just turn to, well, let's just do a Section 301 or 232 investigation and implement tariffs through that mechanism, right? I think also the CUSMA or USMCA renewal review discussions are going to turn into more of a renegotiation. Small businesses, I think, just have to try and be flexible, keep your products, suppliers, customers diversified, look to other markets, look to domestic markets, I think visa-related immigration to the United States or business-related visas to the United States, I think, are going to continue to be an area of concern for this administration. So more red tape, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly what everyone in the morning said they didn't want. And we needed to grow Canada's economy. We talked about that we needed to collaborate more and we needed less red tape. But maybe that's an opportunity for us within Canadian borders to make a change to that, actually, from that perspective. John, did you want to answer the same or come forward with that? Or otherwise, I was going to go over to Mike to ask the same question of you. You talked about the legal climate that has changed, and so if you are talking to one of your clients who is a small, medium-sized business, what Christine has given us an outline which I think resonates with people from what we are knowing and our understanding is. Anything you would like to add to it?
As I've lamented earlier, there's been a lot of new compliance burden created by the introduction of pages and pages and annexes and schedules and executive orders and presidential declarations and proclamations and so on and so forth. Not to mention the implementation of the Federal Register and so on and so forth. As we scour these, myself as a professional in the space, as a specialist in the space, as I scour these, it's obvious that it's always the same dynamic, the sort of simple dynamic I tried to illustrate. There's three levers for tariff cost, if we're talking directly. And wherever you have new regulations, new legislation, new compliance, you have on one hand a new burden, but it always comes with new opportunity. Yeah. It always comes within that new framework of a specific, let's say, Section 232 sectoral tariff. There may be, sort of knobs to turn, as it were, in the way that you understand your product, that you produce your product, that you deliver your product, that you sell your product, that you structure the transactions, that you declare the value, that you declare the classification, that you declare the origin, and so on and so forth, that will make you more competitive than the next guy.
Yep.
And that may be enough to rise. I think in this context where it's no longer, let's be clear, it's no longer a globalist, liberal trade vision in the rule-based order that was formed with the GATT of 1994 and everything that followed. It's not dying, but it certainly isn't what it was. It isn't that limitless anymore.
Yeah. You know what, and I really appreciate your perspective on this one, is to saying that don't give up immediately. Take a look at all the variables that you have, that you potentially can influence. Surround yourself with the experts that might assist you. Make those adjustments and still move forward. John, on this one, trade barriers we're talking about, but they can sometimes also drive innovation. Have any policy or market restrictions actually helped companies or sectors to become more competitive? I'm looking at the policy of this provincial government when it comes to the LCBO and things that have helped, like the wine industry, the alcohol beverage industry, but it goes bigger than this. You do supply from the United States or China and other markets for glassware bottles, other things that you deal with on a daily basis. But have these trade barriers driven some innovation in your field?
It reminds me of the joke that we're from government and we're here to help. You can find pockets of things, but let me just start up by saying the thing that gets lost in all of the trade stuff, and when you get down to running a company, thing number one is democracy's not what it used to be for business. And let me just explain that. It's not that we don't love democracy and we go to wars for it. But democracy used to be a pretty straightforward thing. Democracy is not straightforward anymore because it's combined with a social polarization and weaponization of all things. And when you combine those two things, you have wild swings between election cycles. Yeah. Those wild swings way outweigh any kind of little micro opportunity you're ever going to find. And we're now in a world of business where it's very difficult to be in a democratic part of the planet versus other parts of the planet which have consistent regimes for decades and plan for decades. And there's nothing worse that business hates is uncertainty when it comes to capital investment. Major capital investment usually has 5+ years, on the ROI cycle. So when you're doing your NPV and you're not sure what's going to happen because there's an election cycle in 2 years. So what we have to be prepared for now is wild swings in policy every 4 years. It is what it is, and it's not just because of politicians. It's this weaponization of social views that are putting everybody in polar opposites. So when the next government comes in, they have a polar opposite view from the prior government. And the world where everybody was sort of somewhere near the middle and one side or the other, and policy didn't change that dramatically, was a world we just don't know anymore. So that's the first thing. Thing number two is, where's the consumer in all of this? Because every time there is a swing, it creates uncertainty. If you could see the tracking that I see, sorry, I'm going to really bum everybody out right now. If you could see the tracking that I see in our proprietary research, you would see consumers who are very, very scared about their personal finances, who are about to cut back on discretionary expenditures more than they were prior to this. You were about to see the majority of the population firmly believing we're going into a recession. And you will see consumers not only cutting back on the volume, but trading down at an alarming rate right now. And that's, discount banners, discount prices, lower brands, all that kind of stuff that goes with it. And what everybody forgets is what happens to the consumer when we go through these things, because it's all wrapped in policy stuff, which frankly for businesses is this big, and the impact on consumers is this big.
Yeah.
And this is the collateral damage. Not trade, not policy, not governments, not elections, not politicians. It's businesses' impact from the consumer. And if we have to go through this every 4 years, that's a kind of shock that's very hard to absorb in your business, such that when you're creating your annual operating plan, you're creating buffers in your plan that are like 5-10 points of your total EBITDA, just to be able to absorb shocks like that. And if there's companies out there that aren't doing that today, you're wide open. And so what happens when you create a buffer in your P&L? Sorry, this is a little bit of a rant. When you're creating a buffer in your P&L, what you're doing is you're not spending it on something else. You're not spending it on capital or OPEX or investment or whatever. You're holding it back. That's literally a holding back of capital investment to absorb shocks. That is actually how companies are working. And that is a practical application of the output of a trade problem that's influenced by democracy and polarization. So just try to connect all those threads. Sorry, that was a very long answer, but I'm just trying to
I think it was an incredibly
actually
important answer. And I actually want to look at the audience here and saying, like, for all of you who build strategic plans, budgets, and everything else, do you build a buffer in for exactly that, which actually John has mentioned? Is this something that you are noticing, that you are considering? And I see some nodding off heads, actually.
And if you're not, you should.
Yeah, no, but I think
and in another election cycle, you better make that a bigger number too, by the way.
Yeah. But it's interesting to hear actually that perspective offered and saying, how does it impact the consumer? We have always heard and always found that once the consumer is impacted, it's a longer change of it. It takes a longer time to change that part around again. And affordability is huge right now. And the uncertainty that John had spoken about, no business likes uncertainty. And I've often heard from your sector, the supercluster, but also the wine sector specifically is saying, let the government decide, put the policies forward, and then for 5 years, don't bother us. Let us do our business. Just so that there is a bridge or period of time of where there's not further changes coming that one might have to prepare ourselves for.
Yeah.
So appreciate it. I'm looking at Christine. Anything to add to what John has said? Or?
One thing I will mention is when NAFTA came up for renegotiation a few years ago, one of the very, I think, far-sighted things the Canadian government and business communities did at that time was had sort of a whole country full court press on your negotiations. And so linkages with businesses in the United States and linkages with state and local representatives and senators within the United States, because not only is the US your trading partner, but for example, New York State is your trading partner. So rely on those and go back to and reinforce those linkages because you do have support within the United States. The business community is
I agree.
But also your consumers in the U.S. And they will be able to influence government, I think. But you need to sort of address it in a broader way.
Yep.
And anything but an ad on TV.
Actually, though, I think, though, look, I think some of these tariffs were implemented as, the review of CUSMA is coming up, and some of this stuff, the pressure tactics. And so then that ad, there's ego involved there as well, because, his base watches Major League Baseball, is watching the World Series, so of course he reacted. But also, it's another sort of tactic. So, and it gives your federal government the ability to say, we'll moderate that. I think those are all important strategies.
In one of our previous breakout sessions, we had a conversation of the greenhouse industry. Horticultural is a key industry and a sector here in Niagara. And the examples that were given by some of the operators actually linked the idea of them coming together and looking at opportunities, how to leverage it. So when you on one side say, yes, you are a competitor of ours, but we do need to come together to look at opportunities to grow. So Mike, maybe this question, when you also in part in your presentation talked about and spoke about buy-in that you need. How can smaller firms in Niagara participate in this resilient trade strategy? Is one of the ideas that we do come together and look at, because there's a lack of scale, and sometimes with that we feel also a lack of resources that maybe some major exporters have, but smaller businesses have to a lesser degree. Are there any opportunities for those?
I mean, there's a couple of directions I can go with that. One thing for sure is that, you know, we're still in a representative democracy, for better or worse. There is still the political system to start with is certainly something worth congregating onto as an industry sector or as a supercluster, as a whatever distinct sort of association or consortium wants to bear pressure for its smaller and medium members on government policy, whether that be here, whether that be, again, through leveraging ties with the US and having some of the state and local pressure. But another side of it is really just, I think just adopting this new mindset that the thing about a small business is that you want a simple way to get good margin. You want simple, and again, we've said it 1,000 times today, the geographical reality is that the US market is next door, the GDP per capita is high, the disposable income of US consumers is high, right, but on a global sort of stage. And so there is a natural pull towards that in the simplicity, but diversification is key. And there, again, perhaps relying on joining resources in that way, relying on service providers, relying on government-facilitated sort of export development to the extent that's something of interest. Internal trade as well. Yeah. Again, as I've said before, I think a lot of opportunities are probably missed in internal trade. We just have our very natural state of compact of solitudes, I guess, across the country from east to west. And if anything, in the geopolitical scenery of Canada or sort of makeup of Canada, could benefit the small and medium enterprises in the resilience in the future. It's changing that mindset, is really trying to think of internal trade being as good as taking your goods to the US. Yeah. And many companies don't.
Yeah. I think this is something that we have advocated heavily for, that opportunity that would unleash something. It doesn't replace it, but it holds potential. And what does it look like? And it's not just the goods, but it's services at the same time. Throughout the day, we talked about infrastructure. We talked about infrastructure investment being key and necessary for Niagara specifically to succeed. If there would be one or two infrastructure investments that you would say are key to Niagara to prepare us for the future, that are key in the industries that you see that need to be supported, Christine, I'm not sure if you want to go first, or John, either one. What would those be?
Yeah, I think in terms of infrastructure, you know, your highway, the QEW, I just think of trying to go up to the GTA on a weekend or during business hours. It's just so difficult, you know. If you have the opportunity and I think the interest in the transit and having a regional approach to transit, I think those kinds of investments are well worthwhile.
Yeah, I think it comes up all the time in discussion, especially over the last couple of years, even yesterday and the last couple of days at Queen's Park was the second question of infrastructure and the QW most definitely, and transportation. Because what memory do people have? And it's like, maybe did it take me 3 or 4 hours to come down? Did it take me that equal amount to come back? Or to go back to my home? Is that the lasting or the last memory that I have by visiting? And is that discouraging at the same time? So I think transportation is key and has come up numerous times today too. John?
I would agree with transportation. I'm not going to add to that because there's multiple projects going on. But I don't believe infrastructure is the single biggest thing to unlock the economic value. I think there are definite policies that are within the purview of either federal or provincial governments, and it's totally within their realm to be able to do something to unlock, reduce barriers, and support.
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that in 1 second, but I'm going to stick to infrastructure just for one moment. Mike, when it comes to infrastructure and Niagara?
So my view is certainly more influenced by trade and goods than anything else, I guess, just by virtue of what I do. I think transportation, yes. I think transportation as a nation-building question and then devolve to the regional pieces as well. I think the Arctic trade route is underutilized when we talk about getting to sort of friendly markets, I guess, where we'd like to see more Canadian production go in that direction. But certainly, again, I think I would agree only on the basis that trading goods isn't the only value driver of the Canadian economy by far. And as such, I don't think infrastructure is the only or the prime consideration here. I think innovation is. I think building that workforce of the future, those companies, those production lines of the future, being able to compete with what the economy looks like in another vision of nation building, because everybody will have to adopt some sort of government or state-driven strategy to suffer the impact of a more isolationist United States. Every economy in the world will have some impact on their ability to make money on what was traditionally the trade route with the U.S.
Yeah. That's right, and I think innovation is the answer to it. So I appreciate you bringing this up. I will get back to it, but John, I want to come back to yours. And when you're saying we can make some policy changes that would actually unleash the potential that we hold, that Canada holds, Niagara holds, could you expand on that?
This is my favorite topic. So glad we got here.
It took us 20 minutes to get here.
Oh boy, how much time you guys got? You really, everybody got a room tonight? Can you stay? Yeah. So we'll all start with a fact, which is my industry. Canada taxes our industry more than almost every country in the world. That's just a starting point. Okay, so when you want to be in the export business and you want to take product from Canada elsewhere, and your domestic business is already at a massive disadvantage versus everybody else. In fact, most wine-producing countries not only have no tax, but they have huge subsidies.
Yeah.
So we're like, it's just, I don't even want to draw the bar chart for you, but you can get it in your head. I think we have a premier for the first time in the history of our industry that understands it. Related to that is we have, as an industry, not been seen as an economic driver. We have had decades and decades and decades of premiers and finance ministers who look at us like a vampire looks at a body, as something to extract blood from, and that money went to good things, went to hospitals and education. Don't get me wrong, but when all you care about is how much money can I take out, that just stops the industry from really. It's just a huge ceiling you put on the industry because you can't get from here to there. So if you put those two things together, and a government that is historically also not been that supportive of the local industry as a Canadian industry and as an Ontario industry and as a Niagara industry. So now you put all those three things together, you got to make progress on those. So the Premier's made a little bit of progress on some of the tax stuff. Kudos to him, first guy. He has sent, that government has sent a note to our liquor corporation, government corporation, the LCBO, in here on Ontario. First premier ever in the history of the country to send a letter saying, you guys need to support local. He's also now modernized a piece of our value chain. So if you start Over here, the furthest piece out of the value chain is retail, so he's modernized that and democratized that. Then when you come inside that, there's the wholesaler that goes to the retailer. That's still a monopoly. The wholesaler today charges, everybody's, hold on to your seat, imagine if this was your product, 73% markup. Now, here's a real example. I sell lots of products to say Loblaws, just take them for example. The order goes to the wholesaler electronically, gets processed electronically, sent to me electronically. I warehouse it, make it, I carry all the capital cost, I carry all the equipment cost, building cost, I carry all the working capital cost, shipping, receiving, staffing, and finally the truck that goes out to the retailer. They confirm receipt electronically, something goes to the wholesaler, and the wholesaler collects money electronically. So they're probably about $25-50 worth of added value. But on a $100,000 order, they'll take 73%. Wow. And if you think of how do you get to export when you can't make enough money on the domestic supply, it becomes really, really challenging. So that's the wholesale piece. And then there's us, the producers, over here. And on the other side of us, we have an agriculture industry. In many cases, we own our own property. We have thousands of hectares of vineyards that we own ourselves, but we also have really good partners in the agriculture side, the farmers that we work with every day. But over here actually is a farmer marketing board. And it's probably, I think it's one of the only, no, there's one other in the world, I think in Israel. Other than that, there's no farm marketing board anywhere in Canada or the world. And so that's kind of a collective bargaining type of organization. So you've got this part and this part still kind of quasi, operating in an old structure. You've got retail modernization, you've got us in the middle. So there's lots of work to do. And if you think of those, that part is sanctioned and mandated by the government. That part is actually a government-run enterprise. And then you've got retail, which is government and isn't government, and us that isn't government. So they have real direct control over a lot of those things. And at a federal level, we have a tax that goes on product we ship as a manufacturer to retail. Imagine if you guys had to do that and pay a tax on when it leaves your manufacturing door. And the kicker is that it has an escalator on it. So in order to skirt democracy, yes, in order to skirt democracy and not get approval every year for that tax increase, they put a bill in that automatically increases the tax, which is not a very democratic thing to do. Imagine if you had a tax in your industry that goes up every year with inflation, a tax that goes up. So there are a lot of things I think the government could do in terms of how they look at the business. But it all starts with one premier or one federal minister like Carney, who's much more pro-business, in fact, listens to business, which is really refreshing because that didn't occur before, that see business not as the enemy or something left on the side. They see it as a way to create tax revenue and jobs, and see it as a solution now, an urgent solution to deal with the U.S. problem. So we've got the right people, we've got the right opportunity. We just need to get far more aggressive. And sometimes it's like a big thing, like one of the ones I showed you. Sometimes it's a little thing, but it's a collection of someone that really wants to go after it. And we talk about red tape ministers and that kind of stuff. It's way more than that. I think everybody in government needs to work really hard on finding these things and eradicating them as fast as possible.
Yeah. And this is something that we have heard throughout the morning as well, was the sense of that can make a difference. Red tape reduction, taxation being different. You talked about innovation. Christine, what should policymakers prioritize to help Canadian firms stay competitive without fueling subsidy races or deepening protectionism?
So, I think that Canada has a lot of strengths, right? You have your natural resources, you have fresh water, in abundance. The Arctic, with climate change, is actually one of those places in the world that is going to be one of those climate winners. You have a very well-educated population, so your workforce or your potential workforce is very well educated comparatively, and also you seem to have universities and colleges that are interested in those industry, university, or industry college partnerships, which can also steamroll innovation. It can really be a driver. So I think if you capitalize on those things, you know, your resources, your energy, your energy policy, which, you know, you're much more focused on renewable energy, for example, than we are in the U.S. Right now. Your educated and entrepreneurial and innovative workforce, I think those are the things that really can move the national and local economies forward.
Excellent. We've come to the end of our discussion, but I always wanted to give every one of you a sense, like 10, 20 seconds of a final thought. And if you keep in mind of saying, what is the one piece of advice that you would give a business person at this point, or the things that you're saying, advocate for this, or put this in place, whatever it is that you're thinking, you can make a difference, and it maybe leaves us with some level of optimism. And Mike, maybe I'll start out with you. Anything that can make
optimistic. Look, I think, and this is something I've kind of rhymed off all the way back to the beginning of this story. I think winners and losers are created in the circumstances in which they exist, not in the circumstances in which they wish to exist. As a consequence, and certainly you have some great minds here with many different perspectives amongst us as to how. Surely no one knows the secret today. There's good directionality on some thoughts, but if there is a new trade environment, or if there is a new geopolitical environment in North America, or if there's a new domestic internal economic environment that essentially coalesces into a new set of rules, into a new pattern, the question of strategy is as always, find the things that help you win, stop doing the things that make you lose. And I think that's always going to be an opportunity in every single, universe of existence, if you want, for the actors that act therein.
I think it's excellent advice. It is, I think I really appreciate it. John?
I use the phrase a lot, be ready to pounce. And for me, being ready to pounce means a few things. One, build your cash, get ready, because there will be opportunities that will come up, and you want to be in a liquidity position where you can take advantage immediately, or on a revolver or whatever the tool is you want to use. Get your unit costs down so you can weather some of those bumps on the road. So you have some little bit of margin buffer. Build your P&L so it's got some buffer in there, as I mentioned, so you can absorb those shocks, and you have some cash ready if the shocks don't come. Build your supply chain flexibility. Do not be over-reliant on one country or one supplier. Build flexibility and be super nimble on that side. And finally, make sure the culture inside your company is ready.
Yeah.
Make sure they're ready to pounce, and make sure you're scouring consumers, because the minute the consumer sentiment goes up, or even if it goes down and you see an opportunity in the down market, you've got to be ready enough and not so fixated on your plan that you can actually jump on it as a full management team.
That's excellent.
Ready to pounce.
Christine, final thoughts?
Yeah, so what I would say is two words, which I think both of these gentlemen have encapsulated, which are creativity. You've got to be very creative, and relationships. You need to build them, you need to improve them, you need to honor them and value them, just as you expect those on the other side to behave towards you. I think if you focus on your relationships, if you try and manage up your creativity levels, those are strategies that will help you weather these current storms.
Excellent. I wanted to thank all three of you for being here with us. It has been really inspiring at the same time, but I'm really left with the thought that we need to come together as a community, because it is inspiring to hear what you have to say. It advances and helps us out to look at problems differently when we're in a room together and look at it from a community, as a region, as a country. How can we make a difference? And so I thank you very much for that. And on that note, I'm going to ask Rashmi to come forward.
Thank you so much to Christine, John, Mike, and of course, Mishka. We appreciate your frank, forthright, and the smart advice. We appreciate all of that conversation. I think that's what's called a big finish for a session like ours today. So thank you so much, and thank you, Mishka. Just before you go, we have one more Slido. Do you have one more Slido in you? I think you do. This is around your outlook. How are you leaving us today? Do you feel inspired and ready to act? Are you hopeful but realistic? Are you curious to learn more? And are you concerned but still engaged? So if you wouldn't mind just taking a moment, we would appreciate that. Thank you. Just to get a sense of what kind of a day you've had. These are great responses. Thank you. Hopeful and realistic is a good balance. Concerned and engaged, fair enough, absolutely. Inspired and ready to act, ready to pounce, in John's words. And curious to learn more, always curious to learn more. Thank you so much. And what an incredible day it has been. We've had the opportunity to hear from so many insightful and inspiring leaders who are shaping the future of our region. We've explored ideas, we've challenged assumptions, and celebrated the spirit of innovation that defines Niagara. Thank you, all of you, for being part of this journey and for the work that each of you do to move our community forward with purpose. Please join me in welcoming back GNCC CEO Mishka Balsam.
Actually, may I ask you for a big round of applause for Rashmi Biswas to leading us through today so expertly. And the same goes to all of our speakers and panelists, our moderators for the breakout sessions. We couldn't have done it without you by our side, and we really appreciate it. This has been an extraordinary day from beginning to end. We appreciate your input and all the dialogues and conversations that have taken place. We're at a time of change, but we also at the same time have an element of courage within us to saying, like, what are the opportunities? And above all, I have this tremendous feeling that we're in this together, and that I think is something great to lean on. And when I talk about leaning on, it is my great honor to recognize our sponsors one last time: Niagara Economic Development, Brock University, Scotiabank, Andrew Peller Limited, KPMG, Hooper Ports, Baker Tilly, Walker Industries, RBC Royal Bank, Niagara Association of Realtors, CRE Authority, John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport, Niagara College, MNP, Electra, Hatch, Hodgson Russ LLP, Crown Electric, University of Niagara Falls, Canada, TD Commercial, FedCap Canada, National Bank Financial, Woodhead Wealth Management Group, Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc., Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, Innovate Niagara, YMCA of Niagara, Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, Soundbox Production, Giant Shoe, Creative Agency, UTV, Newstalk 610 CKTB, and Dream 105.7. I know the list is long, but isn't that great? Thank you. I'm also moved to thank our volunteers. We have with us Stephen Pitcairn, Joseph E.J., Abigail Patterson, Jackie Poland, Lenora Gilbert, Mitchell Lutz, and Grace Kama. Thank you so very much. With the volunteers and the people that are by our side, it makes it so much stronger. But I wanted to ask you all for a huge round of applause for this team over there, which is you, Karina, Jordan, Brad, Anna, Amy, and Elisa, who were here at 5 o'clock in the morning, who were here last night at 10 o'clock at night to make sure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. And I'm sure are terribly exhausted at this time, but thrilled that you all have joined us, that you are by our side as we're here to champion your interests and the business community, and we're really thankful for that. And on that note, we had a wonderful way of starting this summit, and I think we have an equally wonderful way of closing it. And with that, I'm going to ask for Brian Kahn to come forward one more time.
So I want to thank the Chamber. Actually, they did it right. Oftentimes, I'm asked to come in and to do an opening to start off an event. But in Indigenous culture, we believe in circles or completion of circles. And so in order to start the day properly, we need to end the day properly. I'm going to read something that was given to me at a powwow. Because of the Indian residential school system in this country, many of us lost our culture, our heritage, even our identity as to who we are. But among the things that we lost in that was our language. I'm an old man. I'm trying to learn Cree, and it's almost impossible. But an elder was, and older than me, actually was kind enough to give me the phonetic spelling of a short prayer. So if you'll bear with me, and if there's any Cree speakers in the room, I'll apologize up front. Gesimanto, gonanaskomaten, godak gesikawe emien, napaka seamen and nus tamien, sebetamowin, gesiwatisowin, sebiyowisowin mena segetowin, sawi emek gagayo, nidodidak, mena nawagu makanak. Hi. So basically what I was saying was thank you for this day, talking to the Creator, thanking Him for the day, and for giving us this opportunity to gather, and that as we go off on our journey for the rest of the day, going back to maybe work or to family, to friends, asking for a blessing and patience, kindness, and tolerance and love on your journey as you head out. And with that, I say, Kananaskomitan. Thank you very much.